Well, I should have cleared my throat before starting that live. Hello, welcome. So we're gonna be making snake. Honestly, I don't know at what level of I want to make snake. In terms of like, first of all, apparently I'm dropping a bunch of frames, which is a pain in the ass. But uh, I guess there's two people in the chat. Do you want me to like make snake as quick as I can, or do you want me to make stupid snake where I have some ideas that I think would be fun. I did them last time I did Snake, but I actually want to like fully implement them, which is to do like I'll make it boot up two windows. It'll boot on my second window, like the control panel, and then boot up like an invisible pass-through window. Snick, hello, welcome to me making Snick. And like I think it'd be funny to have a transparent window over the stream that has like a I want to say you can like set always on top, but you can also like set click pass through or whatever. So the idea is that I could continue programming and coding while the snake's on top of the screen. It's not the easiest thing, but like theoretically, it's not the hardest thing either to tie into the YouTube chat, so that basically when people chat, they get a snake spawn in of them that like and like hashes their message, or like maybe passes their message so they can send the snake commands. And then like if they don't send commands, it just hashes their message and then follows the hash as like a combination of like some kind of command that gets made out of the 64 bits that the hash generates. Because I think that would be kind of funny to be able to have people like say things in chat and it just like turn up on top of whatever I'm doing as a snake like slithering around doing snake stuff. I have these assets, Battle Snake, from the last time I was doing Snake, but the guy's gone from making them free to making them $3 minimum, so I just grabbed them out of an old folder. But they're kind of fun, like 32 by 32 Snake segments. It's kind of depressing. They haven't even updated the thing to say that they've made them pay. They literally still have on their profile saying like it's free, pay whatever you want, but then they've actually set the minimum to $3, so it's not fun. But yeah, so I don't know if I want to race down Snake. I don't know why this is like, get rid of this, please go away. How the fuck do I get you to go away? Please close. Because I'm thinking it wouldn't be too hard just to make Snake. And then from there implement the other silly stuff like having it be full screen, have a little control panel that I can like make it tie into YouTube chat. But it's about which one makes the most sense to be doing on stream. Probably just general Snake as the first stream, and then we can work from there. I've just got it compiling Bevy at the moment because I didn't think it'd start. I set it all up. I had the fucking repo ready every day. I just didn't hit compile before I went. I went and chilled by the fire because being sick. Fun. Anyway, there we go. Basic window compiled. Computer is baking itself. So I guess we start with I do like the idea of having two windows, just for no other reason than because it's going to be harder to set that up after the fact than it would be to set that up to begin with. So we're going to say like mod I'll call it camera, I guess, like that, and then create module, yeah, camera like this. We could call it setup, but we're going to say like because that's the annoying thing actually, is that we have to go like app mute app. Is that adding the default plugins is what spawns the default window, and I want to do something maybe like set window plugin, and then we go like primary window sum window. It would be kind of funny to untie tether the frame rate, but it's silly too. I'm curious actually if you can untether the frame rate on two different windows, but anyway, present mode, position, resolution. I think it's position, and then like we want to dot default the rest of it, and then I don't know what you are. Window position, there's automatic add centered. Monitor selection. So we can select by entity or by index, and then we can say, I want to say it's index 1. Because the which window it spawns on shouldn't actually change, would be my assumption. And then same with you. So what this should do is cause the apparently not. Oh, because it's yelling at me that this is in scope. I also don't know how long tonight's stream is going to be because I still feel like absolutely horrible. I tried to eat, but like this feels so sick. So eventually I will start to starve, and at which point I will be like, I am going to have to end the stream because I can barely focus on them. Cannot get monitor with index 0. Interesting. So I do feel like we want to go Bevy inspector EGUI. I'm going to whack that in just because the Bevy inspector EGUI should let me very easily. Where's the thing? We put it here, and we'll be like dependencies. Bevy inspector EGUI just equals wildcard. And then we just want to be like app dot add plugins Bevy inspector EGUI. I want to say it's like fast. No, it's not fast. I don't remember what it is. I'm gonna wait for it to compile with the issue. Quick. Okay, of course. And then we want to say filtered query inspector, world inspector, default, like that. Why do that? Basically just because it will mean it was much easier to one sec. What's it going for? It'll let me more easily things like see like the index of the monitor and stuff like that, because I would have thought the index 1 would work, but maybe the index is wrong. See, I don't want current because that would be this monitor, and then I don't want primary because that should also be this monitor. No, this does not account use or for update, but we'll change to add. Yes. Refers to a screen monitor used when centering a window. Window will be centered on the selected monitor. I guess the other thing is I could put it at 0, 0, because I'm pretty sure because of like the way it's laid out, 0, 0 is the top left corner of the leftmost monitor. Or it's the topmost leftmost of the monitor. So that would also probably work. Why are you like? Oh, because you've got to compile a bunch of other stuff. God damn it! I just like you to stop in this one, please. Like literally makes no difference. I just like being in the main terminal. Anyway, so inside of our thing, we're gonna be like app.spawn. It'd be like add system startup, and then it's gonna be it's gonna be called like spawn game window. Like so. I also have no way of like I'm not sure how you make it so that like the game window goes to one camera or the camera goes to one window. Like I don't know how to set that up, but anyway. Be like fn spawn. I think I've restarted my computer since I know the changes that I need to make to be able to do transparent windows, so we'll hope. Oh god, my computer is sluggish. That's almost certainly because it's compiling, but still. Like commands dot spawn, and then it's just like window. I don't think we get options or anything. We just say transparent. I don't know if we want to give it transparent, but we might have to give it transparent. I don't know. Position. And then we're just gonna say automatic. And then like dot default that. And that should spawn us a second window, but that window should end up over here. I think it might end up over on top of the other one, because that is like one of the weird things that they sometimes do, is that like if you tell one where it goes, the next one will spawn to like down and to the right of the previous window. So if you spawn lots of windows on each other, they sort of like cascade down. But then basically we say well, we should set this up properly. Let mute app equals app new, and then we say app we have the default plugins, and then we're going to say config default debug assertions. Is it config exclamation point then? No. Home like app semicolon, and then we say app, and then we say app. All right. So we'll comment some of this stuff and get it all set up properly. So let's add plugins, and this is going to be camera plugin, something like that. So I think that's how it works. So we're going to comment it. So because I do want to like publish this, people can follow along. So we're going to be like create a new app. Then we come down here. Oh, is that me? What did this? Oh, we have to add the EGUI plugin. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. We're gonna say default plugins. Spawn primary window off on second monitor. If debug build add inspector. Alright, so we have to do dot add plugins Bevy EGUI. No, is it Bevy inspect? EG. Do you tell me how to do this? We have to add Bevy. It's Bevy EGI. EGUI plugin default, like so. And then this is set up the camera. Okay, so open. Hello, welcome to the stream. Sorry, I was paying attention, so I didn't see your message right away. Focusing, you know how it is. Anyway, so we spawn a second window. So it's not like in this, because for some reason, oh yeah, that's right, because we just added the EGUI plugin. So when we recompile this, this should so we spawned 2 windows. Now it did say couldn't get monitor with index 0. Device use bandwidth is 16. Device maximum is okay. Sure. Now we have no camera, but we have to spawn a camera. So I guess that's the camera thing. So this is spawn game window. Now, I suspect that I also need you to do the actual thing. So we need to be like commands.spawn camera 2D, like this. So this should then spawn us a 2D camera. We can turn the decorations off of the other second monitor. So you don't have a camera, which ironically gives you no clear color, which I think is kind of funny. Hello, welcome, welcome to the stream as we do very silly things with Bevy. So I'm trying to work out what, as a monitor, what are you? Like, well, first off, so this is called display 1, and this is called display 2. Okay. Now you're at negative 4K, so it's actually display 2 that we want to be on. So does that mean that the index starts at 2? Like, does it tell me where physical height, physical width, physical position, refresh rate, scale, 1.5, physical size, bit depth, refresh rate millihertz, physical size, bit depth. Oh, these are the possible sizes it can be. Okay. Well, there's fucking lots of them. There's video modes. So this one's called the primary monitor, and that's display 1. Now it's saying it can't find a display with index 1, has windows. Huh. So it gets a monitor component, but apparently it's... So you're the primary monitor, which is actually kind of funny because that means that we'll... cannot access an underlying window for window. Well, I do kind of need to make sure that when I close one of these windows, it closes the other one. But we can work out the other. Well, we could say like mon. Well, that's the annoying part, actually. Can I, out of curiosity, when I say window plugin, your default? Yeah, so you say some default window. So I actually want to say that your default window is none, because then I can spawn both windows. So we want to say, get rid of this and just say none. So don't spawn a primary window, because we can work out what our primary monitor is, which is going to be a query monitor, something like that. So we don't even need to do that. We can just say entity with monitor. All right. Entity with monitor. Now it may need to go in after startup. I don't actually know when it will spawn it, but I want to say you can do like has and then primary monitor, something like that. Spawn game window. Cool. Give it a proper name. Spawn game window. So the idea is that I can then go something like for for monitor is primary, right? And then we go in monitors. So this is a boolean. Like that's actually how this works. That's good. So we're gonna say if is primary, and we're gonna make a new function. So fn spawn game. I guess it's spawn main, and then this one is going to be fn spawn console. I'm not entirely sure how it will work in terms of which one gets the primary window, but we're going to say you take in commands. Commands, which is a mutable. No, that's not built into Bevy. It's like a community one. I think the guy that maintains it, he used to maintain an editor, but I think he's actually been like full time actually making the editor for Bevy instead of maintaining the editor. So he keeps the inspector up to date. Whether that's because like to keep it up to date would be the same like thing as like maintaining it in the actual Bevy application. Sorry, cough. But like, so the guy that I believe is making the editor is the guy that maintains that particular plugin. And it just like, yeah, it's uses reflect to like dynamically generate the inspector. So as long as your type is implements reflect and is registered, it can like generate an inspector for you, and you can do all sorts of weird things. Like you can like make read-only fields, and you can make like, you could set ranges and you can add properties and all sorts of things. Like it's really like quite robust. It's just not integrated into an editor at the moment. So I chuck it in like whenever I'm trying to like debug something, but it's not the most flexible thing. Like I don't know if he watches my stream or if it was just like literally something people always complained about. But when we open it back up, I'll show you the observer thing. We have to add a monitor. So it is primary. We're going to say spawn. So yeah. Spawn main. I'm just going to do that. Else spawn console. You're going to take the same argument in. We're going to go here and be like let mute done. So it's going to be equals false. Right, so we're going to say if, well, I guess technically if you get to here, done, maybe not. I don't know. It's only really designed for 2 monitors. Anyway. I was trying to think like how to make it so that it doesn't just spawn infinite of them. I guess we can say done main, and we can also say done console like that, and then we can say done main equals true. Then you go and not done main, and then else if not done console, and then done console equals true. Just so that like if some reason someone uses this code and hooks it up to like multiple monitors, it doesn't like you know, like try and spawn a million monitors. Okay, and we also need the entity, so monitor, which is going to take in an entity. I'm just like trying to keep my thoughts straight, because being 6 going to make it so much harder to stay on track and actually do what I'm trying to do. Something like that, something like that. Okay. So you need to take in the command and also the monitor, and same with you of taking commands and also monitor. Right. So the idea is that in here I'll be able to spawn one window, and in the other one I'll be able to spawn the other. Yeah, so we'll just show you what the inspector like. Yeah, 100%, because then I can have things like all my Steam analytics and oh no, it's Stream analytics on my like second monitor, and like I can look things up and have them like as a reference without having to worry about, oh wow, no window in it open. Okay, so we have to actually spawn at least one window. That's kind of funny. So command. So this is the main window. So actually we don't care about the main window. commands.spawn. So we need to commands.spawn. So this is a camera 2D. So we have to flag this as like the UI camera, which I think we do by going like primary, not primary monitor, UI camera, UI target camera. So the idea of the UI target camera, if I remember, indicates that that the root node entity should be rendering to the specified camera. No, okay, so it is default UI camera. I don't know if this is going to be affected, but like I have a feeling that if I spawn these in the wrong order, it's going to do some weird stuff. We're just going to like full on just I guess .default. You just so we get something on the screen. So in theory, when I run this, it should now spawn the monitor on here where it normally spawns it. I guess while we're doing that, we can. Yeah. So still not entirely clear. Time system did not receive the time from the render world. Calculated dependent on the time may be incorrect. So we do have a slight issue. That being that apparently the inspector. Also, this is still broken. Why? Oh, do I have to tell you that you're the primary monitor? Oh no, primary window. There you go. So I bet you have to call this the primary window, and that's how it knows which one to put everything on. Which is kind of ironic that the primary window is actually not the window that you guys are going to see, but it makes some sense, because it's effectively like you. Yeah. So now that this is the primary monitor, the camera is targeting it. Which I bet the camera targets the primary. Anyway, so what I say, so at the moment there's a checkbox for observers. In 0.18, there was no checkbox for observers, so it was a pain in the ass that every time you wanted to find something, there's like 50 million observers that you had to scroll past to find the thing that you're looking for. Now they've got a checkbox that hides them all. But yeah, so it uses reflect. So the idea is that if they're grayed out, it means that the underlying type doesn't reflect, or the underlying type is like, well, I guess not reflect. You can have them like grayed out, but you can still read them, which means that like it's explicitly been told that it's read only. So like read only components should in theory be grayed out, so you can't actually edit them. You can only read them. But I actually haven't really looked into it that much. All right, so from there, we can spawn you, but we can now say that you are going to spawn. What was it? Position. And then we say comma, and then it's window position, centered, and then we can say monitor selection entity, and then we can pass in monitor like so. So this should mean that now when we run this, we end up with it not showing up here, and I should see it on my other monitor because yeah, okay, so just see, it's spawned over on the other monitor. So the main reason I think that that's cool is because it means that now I can go like copy this, paste it here. We can tab that all in. We can get rid of you being primary window, which will then make you a secondary window. Well, before we leave that, because we're going to add some extra stuff, we're going to say you're not the default camera, but I do need to probably leave that and say, I want to say it's camera. And then say, probably not viewport. Is there something called target? There's a. Okay, so well, first off, let's start with the 2D camera and make sure there's not something super obvious. So you require camera, a orthographic projection, which I can't imagine is window specific. Yeah, so it's almost certainly going to be a set of camera. So probably viewport is set this camera will render to the given viewport rectangle within the configured render target. So it's render target. That's what we want. So you have physical position, physical size, depth. So no. Oh, you have a okay. So render target. So you have a window reference. Okay, none. The physical size of the viewport. This is useful when you want a camera to only render preprocessors. For example, a depth prepass set the render depth to the texture example. Huh. Okay. So we want to say that you, not camera, but have a render target well, I have to like import this, don't I? So import render target, and then say that you are a window reference, and then we say a window reference by entity, and your window reference by entity is monitor. So this camera, make snake. Yeah, we're setting up silliness first, because the silliness is going to be the hardest thing that like once we start, then we have to like modify so much more stuff to get the snake to work. So what's happening at the moment, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work in terms of things. So we spawn this window, which is like my control window for when I set up the snake properly, because we're going to make the snake be something like interacts with the stream, if I can ever work out how to like tie into YouTube's like so like he can read the chat. So the idea is that this spawns the control window, which is the primary window, and it spawns it off to the side just so that like I can control things and look at things while it's running. Then this is going to be the main window, which is going to spawn like invisible. You're going to be able to click through it. It's always going to be on top, and it's going to fill this entire screen. And the idea being that like the snakes will like slither around and respond to chat, so that like they can fuck around on stream and you guys can see them, because they'll be on the main window. So when this boots up, it should spawn a window off to the side that you guys can't see, and then a window in the middle that you guys can see. Apparently didn't like that. Make sure the provided entity has a window component. Okay, right. We have to go the other way. So we have to put you up the top, and then we have to say let w equal .id. Right. So it's not the monitor that we want to target; it's the window that we want to target. So we have to say, that's interesting, because that means that only you actually need that, because we only need to set your position. You might need it later, but anyway, I'm going to run this. Well, actually, my curiosity is going to be, oh no, you're centered on this monitor. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, okay, so this one spawned off to the side. This one spawned on top. So now we're just going to make this one invisible, which shouldn't be that hard. So we're going to say, like, decorations, false. The issue with decorations is it's going to be really hard to close it, because it does that, like, it's going to, yeah, anyway. So decorations, that's, like, I guess part of the reason. So my curiosity is, if I close this one, it's going to say, hey, no windows. So I do need to make sure that when I do, like, detect a close window event, that it closes both windows, because I just turn the decorations off, which may make it impossible to, because you can also, like, hide it down here as well. So now there's no way to move or close this window. And if I close this one, it's just going to yell at me that the primary window doesn't exist. So, effectively, I need to detect a window close event and then close the other window. So that is something. I guess we're going to detect close, which is going to be a window closed, which is going to be a I guess populated. You can literally be nothing, and then you can just be removed components. Maybe not. Maybe it's okay. So removed components window. Is there a despawned thing? Like, is that just a despawned? Despawn on enter, it's despawn on exit, despawn. No, so like removed component window. Then we just need to say something like exit, which is then going to be a message writer, which is an app exit, something like that. So if window close dot is empty, return. Okay, otherwise exit dot write app exit success. Oh, you want to return a unit type of error. Oh, you actually tell me what message you send. That's kind of cool. I didn't know I did that. That must be new. We go up here. We're just going to say like app dot Add system. I guess we'll put it in last. We just put it in post update. I guess I don't know. It literally doesn't matter because it's just gonna be like 1 frame later that it disappears. But we do that. We detect the game closes and then we do that. Okay. So now when I run this, when I close the main window, because it's like literally if any window closes, the application will then like say that it's finished. And the idea being that you should only actually ever have 2 windows open. And effectively, if I close one of them, it closes both of them. Yeah, so. Because you can't actually close this one. I'm assuming if you could like Alt F4 it, maybe. But that should close both of them anyway. So, yeah, effectively, if you could somehow open a 3rd window with a decal and close it, it would also close the entire application because the idea is that it's effective. This one has no decorations. So, it can literally only... What the fuck? Huh. My stream's been funky on my OBS. Anyway, yeah. So if we close this one, it closes. Cannot access underlying window. So it's 1 window too late in that window closes and it still gets to the next frame before app closes. So maybe we have to put it in last. I'm not entirely sure because I don't know when it reads for this. But anyway, it really doesn't matter. I guess the reason for app exit instead of like Alt F4ing it is to make sure that it does actually close properly. The only other option would be to make the primary window the main one that you guys can see so that it doesn't complain about not being able to find the primary window when it closes. That or there's a proper way of closing a window than just despawning it, but no, because I am closing the window how you would close a window, so there is just no proper way. Okay, so we can say like maybe transparent, true, and then I'm going to be curious to see if it actually works. Mostly because I don't remember how it works. Like I'm almost certain I've turned the setting on that makes NVIDIA allow you. No, apparently not. You suck. The NVIDIA has a setting that lets you make things transparent, but like you have to turn it on, which is so annoying. So it's not going to be that one. It's going to be this one. Monitor. No, wait, no. It's going to be this window. I don't actually know which window is going to be which. On monitor, window, raw handle, cached window, visible. Window. Present mode is FIFO. Alright, I'm going to assume it's that one because I'm moving it and it's not moving. Okay. So, titleless neck. Window level is normal. So you can make it like always on bottom. Always on top. Normal. Canvas. No, because that's for like... We can turn the decorations back on. Huh, I didn't know that the decorations actually went into the window. That's cool. We can make it the focused window. Interesting. Fit canvas to parent. Emit events enabled. Emit event position. I think that's what IM is. Window theme is dark. Okay. Visible. I think that's minimizing, not. Skip taskbar. No. Okay. Flip children. Maximum. Has shadow. I don't know how to do shit. Full screen context. Okay. Movable by window background. Doesn't apparently do anything. I don't see the transparent. Borderless game. Title bar show buttons. Title bar show title. Wait, so I can like leave the decorations on, but like disable the exit button. Prevent home. Status bar. Winit. Pressed keys. Perform screen edge. Okay, no. Maybe we should put this on the main screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. Interesting. So I'm not seeing transparent, which is like transparent. So Winit does not currently support updating transparency after window creation. Okay, well that's interesting that it actually tells me that. Anyway, focused. Because this one isn't transparent, apparently, but this one is. But I'm pretty sure it's not to do with the clear color. I'm almost certain that it's to do with the oh. Maybe it is. So I'm just going to do a quick Google and be like, make window transparent Bevy. So transparent needs to be true. Allows the clear color alpha value to take effect. Okay, so maybe we need to set the clear color then, because they're saying that it lets the clear color take effect. So when we spawn main, we need to be like commands.insert resource clear color, and then we get it. Okay, clear color. Maybe used to specify a different clear color or opt out of. We can do that. That does save me having to do it. So that's here, and then we go here. We go okay. So we go camera, window, and then camera, and then the camera is going to have a clear color, which is going to be none. No clear color is used. The camera will simply draw on top of anything already in the viewport. This can be useful if multiple cameras are rendering the same viewport. Okay, so I don't know if we want none. Well, I guess we can actually check that because in theory we should be able to change that using this inspector. So we just need to close the window and go, I don't know which of these cameras is which. So I'm going to actually name the cameras because that's something I can do. I'm like name new, and you are main camera, and then copy that down to here, paste it in there, and say that you are console camera. Right, so the console camera. So the main difference there is just so that I can find them easier in the inspector. But theoretically, which one spawned first? Oh, we can just go to this camera. We go to camera, and we go viewport none. Domain company with clear color is default none. Now the question is, I can't actually resize you. Well, I can resize you. Let's try resizing. Oh, so it went to black, which that means I've got the right one because when as soon as it attempted to redraw it, which is what happens when like I resize the other monitor. I do this. It caused this to redraw, which then filled it black. Now, annoyingly, filling it black is not what I want, but maybe that's because I've got it set to none and not transparent. If I said custom, now it's gone back to being white, and I said transparent. No, okay, so none's almost certainly going to be transparent. Okay. So that just means that I need to set up whatever I need to set up. So computed alpha mode, post, so on Mac you have to set something, on Linux you have to set something, and on Windows I don't think it'll work. So what are you saying? Is I'm just like reading the Bevy example of how to do transparent windows. They have like an example for this, and it's saying like, oh, if they're on Mac or if they're on Linux, you have to set these two different like modes. But the issue is that they only set those two modes if you're on anything but. Like Windows apparently should just work, and I think that's more like Windows probably just ignores that shit altogether. Invert culling, that doesn't do anything. Sub camera default, right back custom. Okay, so that's the clear color custom. What am I looking for? Compute. What is this inside of? This is inside the window. Oh, not inside the camera. So clear color needs to be set to none. Otherwise, some color will blend through. Okay. So transparent. We have to go back to. We should probably name the windows too. So for the sake of making it easier to find the windows. So we're going to say that you as a window, main window. I guess we call it game window. Game window. Wait, no, this is console. Console. Okay, so the game window, and then so we spawn that, and we spawn this window in, which is then going to say, actually, this is the game window. So, I should at least make them easier to find. Anyway, so let's go to this window. Window. If I rename you, okay, I think the top one's the right one, because if I rename the other one, I assume, yeah, okay, so this one's definitely the right one. So the title and then a name. Why does it have a title and a name? I assume the title is what it displays at the top, and the name is something else. Anyway, mode is windowed. Okay, so apparently I can't change that. That's interesting. Positioned at there. Okay. Can I change its size? I think I can, but it's very slow because I'm just tweaking a value. All right. Scale factor override. Scale factor. We'll do that with the projection so that we make it so that no matter what size it is, it's an integer multiple of the screen. Anyway, the title is shrink to name. Okay. Opaque? No. Pre-mult? No. Post-mult? No. Inherit? No. Okay. So the answer is apparently we can never have a. Okay. So shows how to display a window in transparent mode. This feature works as expected depending on the platform. Please check for more details. So it's saying if I go into here to window and then I find transparency. Transparent. All right. So should the window be transparent? Defines whether the background of the window should be transparent, platform specific, unsupported, not working as expected. Microphone works with Winit out of the box. So this issue might be related to that. Okay. You should also set the windows complete pulse mult. Okay. But there's definitely a way to do it. I just apparently got to set something. All right, so you've got the same bug on Windows 10 using the same file as well, which is multiple windows. The first window failed to be due to transparent. Second window works. Just trying to see what's wrong. So I YouTube video example. Then moves to go. So true, false, always on top. Compose auto alpha mode auto. Compose auto alpha. That'll crash as soon as you try a Mac because it's not specifically targeting. Anyway, not like it's relevant. Okay, the following text was read by automatic translation. My computer using videos and the following code succeeded. So it appears that possibly. Okay, so with WGPU settings, backend Vulkan. So it could possibly be that because Windows 11 home kernel vendor device backend Vulkan. So they're using Vulkan, I'm using Vulkan. So it's not that the backend's wrong. The only thing I can see that theirs did differently, because they said that they, unfortunately, my computer other backends cannot succeed because only supports compute alpha mode, opaque mode. Vulkan backend can succeed because Vulkan increments ignores alpha opaque. It uses if using causes which chain to be enabled, even transparency won't take no effect. So what they're saying, if I'm reading this correctly, is that it can't be in FIFO. So make sure nobody's typing in. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. When I read other stuff, I've got things over the chat, so people talk, I don't see it, but nobody was chatting, so it's fine. So the present mode FIFO is basically like how it decides, like to display frames. So first in, first out is FIFO. FIFO relax, I don't actually know what that does. Immediate, I think, means it doesn't queue any frames. So like the idea is that if you have a frame lag, the FIFO means that it keeps like 3 frames in buffer. None of these are doing anything. It is that one. Yeah, okay. So auto vsync, auto sync, no. So it can't be what they're saying. I mean, I guess it could be what they're saying. So WGPU settings backend equals some backend Vulkan. Yeah, so mine's set to backend Vulkan. It's possible that it has to be done before. So this is still set to auto. Render plugin, render creation, automatic, WGPU settings, pipeline, synchronous pipeline and compilation, false. Okay, so composite, that's what I'm looking at. Composite alpha mode doesn't do shit. Pre-mute, post-mute, inherent. Pre-mute. Mailbox. I don't know what mailbox does. Doesn't solve the issue for me on the black. The issue still persists. Transparency window example. Backend is black. Doc transparency suggests a pre-compute here. Only available mode to me is opaque. I'm pretty sure that the GPU-based issue, probably hardware platform, that makes sense. I tried to create a transparent example with just Winit. If I'm not mistaken, Winit does not utilize the GPU to render the window. It's possible that it's also just Windows-based issue. So my issue with this is that like everyone seems to be saying that effectively maybe I have to do it before I boot the window because there's a good chance that like it's specific. So window. So we have to like present mode. What does this actually need? Is a present mode. So mailbox. So what does mailbox do? Presents frames are kept in a single frame queue every vertical blanking period. The presentation engine will pop a frame from the queue. If there is no frames to display, it will set the same frame again until the next be blank. When the present comes, it expects when the present command is executed on the GPU, the frame we put into the queue. If there is already a frame in the queue, the new frame will replace the old frame in the queue. No tearing will be observed. Okay. My annoyance is that it's possible that because I have 2 windows, this isn't going to work. So clear color none. I set the clear color on the camera to none. Correct. Yeah, clear camera is none. Okay, so it's still black. It does make me wonder if maybe none isn't actually the correct answer. It'd be really funny if the actual issue that I was having is that I set the camera to none when the camera should be set to clear. So I need to back up to camera up here and go, your clear color is not none. Clear color is custom. Okay. So making it the alpha 0 still gives me black, but I'm going to set that as what it does because I have a suspicion that if I'm fucking around in there and I do end up setting something that changes it, it's possible that I won't see it because I've got none and not clear. And if it's clear coloring to clear, I assume it's not actually clearing. Well, if it's set to none, I mean, it's not actually clearing. So clear color none means that every frame it starts clear, like transparent, whereas I believe none means that it won't do anything, which means that it'll effectively leave stuff rendered if it was already rendered. So there's no point poking at different settings. So inside of here, we have the computed. So our clear color is now actually clear. Camera. So we're going to go back to there, go back to there. So the main camera is fine. So the game window, go to your window. We go, okay. So if I set it to like immediate, nothing happens. iPhone, nothing happens. I remember seeing something and they were like, oh, you've got to change like this NVIDIA setting to be native and then it works. And it did. Last time I did this, it just worked. But I thought it had already done that. Has shadows. So like if I just like NVIDIA control panel, hopefully this doesn't fucking dox me. Okay. Yeah. Prefer native, and I'm pretty sure this is the one that like typical use scenario. Select adaptive to apply super sampling. It's got something to do with the NVIDIA shit. Oh, this is infuriating to be honest. Image scale, application control, anti-aliasing in gamma mode. CUDA, max frame rate, low latency mode, multi-frame, OpenGL, render GPU, power management mode, shader cache, filter. Threaded ultimate optimization, triple buffer, vertical vsync, use vertical sync. So off allows the GPU to render unconstrained by refresh rate and will scan out multiple rendered frames in a single refresh instead. Similar to vsync off, but does not tear since frame is executed of the refresh rate of the monitor dropped. Oh god. So adaptive limit GPU render rate similar to vsync on, however it renders. If render rate drops below the refresh rate, will always tear. What the fucking? Let the 3D application decide. Okay. Global settings, program settings. Is it not open? No, it is open. Valve, Teams, OBS, Microsoft, VS Code AI Toolkit, console. I'm just trying to see if I don't see Snake. Interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just display color setting. Rotate display. View HDC and set. It'll adjust display size and position. Set up multiple displays. Adjust video color. Okay. Mm-hmm. Instead of using the 3D hardware acceleration settings from the control panel, the 3D application will set the values to use by your graphics card. Okay, what if I restart that now? Open this up, close this, and then restart. Is it gonna fucking... Nope. What the fuck do I have to set? There's definitely a setting. I've done it before. Windows 11. Make the primary window, you must enable transparency on the primary window descriptor, set the clear color resource, and ensure that 2D and 3D camera is not rendering an opaque background color. It is using Vulkan though. Vulkan, yeah. So it can't, it literally cannot be that. Click through overlay. If you are building a transparent overlay and want mouse clicks to pass through, yeah, I don't care. Wait. How to change transparency level of Windows? No, but that's the actual OS itself. I don't care. So we look at Bevy. Make window transparent. Windows 11. Post mult color none. But the only thing it seems to be saying to me is that I have to set the add. I have to like insert the clear color. Isn't that what we're doing? No, we are overriding the camera's clear color none. So it's saying that I need to be like command insert. I can't imagine this is actually going to do shit, but the only thing I can think is that actually we'll put it in main because I want to potentially, we're going to do this, do it before we start. It's possible that if it actually checks to see if the clear color is set to none and then enables something after that. It would be so stupid, but it is possible that that is what it's doing. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try running that again. Okay, So now this one's also black. This one's not transparent, which is, to be expected. That it would be black because black is just like, it's not set. But why? GPU clustering is enabled. GPU preprocessing is fully supported on this device. Using blend mode array 16 device maximum currently access of I'm pretty sure that happens after I close the window. Cannot access an underlying. Oh, that's the EGY input. I don't care about that. So created this window, created that window, and then it says something about it does not receive the time from the render world. Calculation depends on the time, may be incorrect. Yes, I do care. So it definitely, as it said, you can't. What if I like copied this stuff? It would be very confusing and honestly not very amusing. I was going to say very amusing, but not very amusing. If for some reason this worked, because what that would imply is that for some reason when it spawns the primary window in and makes it transparent, it actually does do something. Access denied. Oh, it must already have it open. Close that, please. So this will spawn in the primary window. If this works, it means that it does something when it spawns in this primary window, which is different. No, so it just spawned another black window, which is kind of funny. Now both of them have the EQI on top, which is kind of even more funny. You don't do anything, do you? Cursor options, exit condition. Oh, exit on primary close. I can just set that. Okay. Anyway. I think it causes issues that there's more than one primary, but that's fine. So that's we go back to main, we go to this plugin, and we were like, can you please exit condition on primary close? Okay, thank you. So the window plugin, what else do you like do? Nothing. If primary window is some, let mute some entity commands and primary window. Clone entity commands insert primary window raw handle wrapper holder. If let some primary cursor options equal some and primary some. Okay, I'm not sure why this isn't but yeah, it's very strange. Anyway, exit condition. If self. Okay, so yeah, I don't know what causes it to work or not. And it's got to be like something I have to set on my computer. I think I need to update my drivers. So I'm going to close this again. Close this and run this and like, why are you not working? I remember that there was something. It was just like, it was so fucking obvious. So there being two primary windows kind of fucks things up like immensely. Labeling window decoration to make it feel like a widget in a window. Decoration, yeah. Always on top. Okay, so color alpha value, take effect, transparent, disable window decorations to make it feel more like mailbox. So transparent, true, decorations false. But the only thing that they're doing differently is this. I think this has to be like one further nested like that. Then we set the render plugin, missing field debug flags. Can I just like dot these for you? Like so. Now we just get this WDPU settings, which is to say, I hate this. I should have committed in order to get, before I break everything, qualify that. And then qualify that. Okay, so back in Vulkan, and then we pass in the view settings, and it needs to be boxed apparently. Okay. If I run that, this forces it to be automatic. That's the, okay. Synchronous pipeline, if true, disables asynchronous pipeline, has no effect on Mac, WASM, iOS, and without multi-threading, or without multi-threading features. And again, we still have the fucking application open, so we have to close that, run this. Okay, Okay, so it's still not working, because it's still fucking black. It's definitely in here. And it's definitely down here, and it's like prefer native. Virtual reality off. Use 3D application setting. Honestly, I feel like I hit restore default. And then I come back to here and hit restore default. Apparently this doesn't have a default. Okay. Oh, okay, so that is the default. Restoring you to default. Then we come down here, and I'm like, I'm almost certain. Maybe it's not prefer native. Maybe it's auto. Oh god, why is it lagging so bad? The Vulkan OpenGL API present. The drivers recommended perhaps. Alright, let's put it on auto. Honestly, I have no idea why it's dying. Kind of funny. Alright, so we've applied auto. I have no idea why it's skipping out like that. Anyway, my annoyance here is that there's a good chance that that this is going to be like, oh no, actually you need to restart the application, like restart your computer. Now, I would think that it would tell me that I need to restart my computer if I was changing settings that require restarting my computer. But you know, NVIDIA, so no fucking okay. Okay, so the drivers do not support. Okay, so we're gonna go like NVIDIA drivers. I don't know, is there a thing that in here that like lets me update my drivers, or let's see how out of date my drivers are? I'm pretty sure my drivers are up to date. Like a task manager so I can see what my GPU is. GPU. So it's a GeForce RTX. All right, so find the shaders for me. Maybe it's because I'm pretty sure the last time I installed shaders, I installed the studio drivers and not the gaming drivers. And maybe the issue is it's definitely going to require a restart. Actually, maybe not, because the last time I did graphics drivers, they just like reboot your graphics and everything kicks out. Might crash the stream, but I also love that the fucking NVIDIA drivers are a gigabyte in size. They are absolutely massive. Something tells me that that's because they like come with a bunch of other stuff that like checks exactly which one you've got. Yeah, fucking NVIDIA weird because like I think even like I was looking at something and they're like, oh, you know, we're discontinuing the control panel. So I don't know how I'm supposed to get to the new thing. Like there was like a new like not the control panel, but like a new app um that's supposed to have replaced the control panel that I don't even know what it's called. Come on, be done. Well, that's a massive spike in GPU needed to fucking launch their application. Yes. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, yeah, and yeah, install the NVIDIA app. Okay, go for it. Agree and continue. I'm gonna do custom because NVIDIA always tries to install like fucking audio drivers. Maybe that's my problem. But I also don't apparently have the NVIDIA app, so I don't know what the fuck that is. The NVIDIA console, which is kind of funny. It is like 10 versions ahead, but there's no way that I'm that far behind because that's only like a month or so ago. I definitely don't need the HD audio drivers, but I might need. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll do that. Now I'm almost certain this is going to crash OBS because it really doesn't like when you kick the GPU shader, the driver out from underneath it. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't require a reboot for some reason, despite like touching drivers. Because I'm pretty sure it'll just boot itself off and then boot itself back on. Hopefully the stream will be back in a second. Yeah, so apparently it just like outright crashes OBS, which I think I knew because I think I've done this before on stream. But yeah, like OBS really does not like when you just like rip the drivers out from underneath it. I'm trying to work out how to bring my chat back because it also like fucked up my OBS layout because it's been a while since OBS outright crashed. Okay, so I hope you guys can hear me again. Optimize for creation and gaming applications. No, next. Skip. Okay. Drivers. You put my name on this. I'm just gonna move this over here because it's fucking. It would be like NVIDIA to just like randomly rip the computer's name and put it on display. Windows does that all the fucking time too. I really shouldn't like. I should rename my account, but I can't because it's my fucking Microsoft account and they display my real name. It annoys me to no end. It's like I just like literally couldn't use my computer because anything that would show my Microsoft name. No, I think the tomfoolery was actually the NVIDIA application thing fucking with the thing, if that makes sense. Like when the NVIDIA app opened up, it does something where it talks to the GPU, which consumes like a massive amount of the GPU's resources because it's not actually doing anything. I also tried to run to see if it would work without the drivers. It has told me that I don't have a GPU installed. So the answer is apparently no, that didn't fix it. Um, hmm. um, I still don't know. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, apparently if you uninstall it, I think it's just like unable to find GPU, make sure you have installed required drivers. It's like, I know there's no fucking GPU on this computer, which is the most like, I was hoping it would be like, oh, if you just use the native drivers without the fucking NVIDIA bullshit on top, it worked, but no. I actually don't know how to apply these. Yeah, I don't fucking, I'm obviously missing something. One would think it's this, prefer layered switch chain, because it's like saying that it's like layer them, actually fucking layer them. System to displays, scaling colors, G-Sync. Um, what's new? Fucking, oh my god, it doesn't do anything. I don't want the AI assistant. GeForce Now, cloud gaming, fucking AI remix, frame view. This actually might be interesting, but that's more of like a in future thing. For like when I'm doing like actual stuff, like I'm running the GPU. I don't get it. Global settings. Like I don't actually know how to make it like take over, and therefore I'm concerned that when I swap it, like has it taken effect? Am I supposed to click apply somewhere? There's nothing in here that like gives any kind of click apply. Well, that's my issue is preferred native. I'm almost certain was what I had to do last time. I just literally can't find the post, but there was a post that was like, oh, this is how you do it. You got to go into here and you got to set like prefer native. But I'm like, it may have been because it says previously Windows platform worked. Probably because the driver did not support DXGI sandwich by default. And then it says fixed transparent windows on Wayland, which is related but not yet. Closed as completed, not related. So the person saying, hey, this is still happening on this build and this version. I'll check the 0.15. I know it works on Linux, so maybe it's a Windows thing. Still working on Wayland. It looks like it's Windows behavior. I still have a Windows laptop floating around. We'll open a PR if we cannot. Remedy. Okay, so potentially a helpful reference, Guten. They've got a link where Windows example successfully does transparency on window. And then this other person says, yep, should look into that. And then pre-multiply alpha does not solve this issue for me. The background is still black. The issue still persists with transparent window example, Windows 11, the background color is black. The window background is black. Docs on the transparency suggest pre-compute here. Only available mode to me is opaque. I'm pretty sure the GPU-based issue probably hardware platform deterministic too, since I have tried creating a transparent example with just WinIt, and if I'm not mistaken, WinIt does not utilize the GPU rendering The window, it's probably that it also is just a Windows-based issue. See also this other issue, and then this person says, thanks bro, it worked, I have an NVIDIA, and their drivers were about 5 or 6 drivers behind mine. The issue is that they didn't actually change anything. Okay, so they're saying that we have to go like here and be no, that's only on Mac. So they have it set to transparent as true, false, mailbox. If it's Mac, post multiplied, and then default. And then they insert that with automatic and false, which is what I've done. Let's just tidy this up a little bit. Right, so I've done like exactly the same thing as them. And apparently that just works for them. They don't even show their setup thing. Okay, so this person, gluten, you can find examples of the latest release version here. No, I want to know, do they have example? Yeah, example. Let's just lib, and then we go examples here, we go window, Android, lib, event loop. Nope. I don't know why they're referencing potentially helpful reference in gluten, whose window example successfully does transparency on Windows. So we have to go back to here and go example window. Okay. It doesn't do shit, but anyway. So the composite. Post multiply. My annoyance here is I feel like this could potentially actually be a virus scanner thing. Like not saying that the virus scanner is getting in the way, but like I could definitely see Windows being like, no, you've got some kind of safety setting turned on that means that Windows aren't allowed to render nothing. And so that would mean that okay, post multiply is not listed as supported under okay. Required, so I'm gonna probably say fuck all that stuff off, but you're saying that post multiply is not actually a thing, so we have to pre-multiply. So either pre-multiply or we are opaque. I'm just gonna like look at window and go, what the fuck is the default on window? I like how we're spending this long just trying to make the window transparent for no reason, but because I think it's funny. Wait a second. What? 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 Okay, wait. Okay. So, first off, none. In case you haven't like picked up that it fucking worked. And that's why I'm actually so angry, because I actually don't know what I did, but I just need to be like, it's not that it's a default window, I'm sure. It'd be really funny if it was, because it only works on the default window, but pre-multiply. So we're gonna like leave everything else the same. Close all windows. I don't know how it would work if I try to close the window. I just need access to the other one to be like, if I set one of the others to pre-multiply and they don't disappear, it's possible that they have to be set before they launch, and hence, because it did say about you can't change the transparency once it's launched. So it's possible that what's fucking me over is that I was doing it with the editor. So if I go, this is the game window, and we go here, and we go alpha, which is auto, and we say pre-multiply. It doesn't disappear. But if I set it to pre-multiply when we spawn it, what's it? Com alpha mode pre-multiply, and then I run this, because it literally just could be my problem is that I kept trying to do it like while the application was running, and as it said, you can't set transparent. Okay, well, the answer is fuck you. All right, well, now I can't click on anything because it's in the way. Yay, okay. Well, that's fun. App.insert results. So I'm going to say don't do this because I actually don't want it to have a clear color. I'm going to say comment that out and comment. So put this on a new one. Comment this monstrosity out and then put a semicolon there. You need one more closing brace. Right. So if this still works, then it's basically saying that I can get rid of all that stuff, and then I should recommit this to get us working with a fucking transparent window. So the window is still transparent, which means that none of that other shit that was fucking around. It's literally just it has to be spawned in with a transparent background, which is the most fucking stupid thing ever, because that means that a bunch of those settings can't be changed after the window's spawned. So it's like me tweaking them and going, oh, this one doesn't work, oh, this one doesn't work, was doing shit, because it's like, well, it fucking needs to spawn the window. So I am curious now if I can tweak anything about the window after. Like, does it actually need to be transparent? Because if I can set the window background color so I can see it again, that would be nice. Just as so that I can make it somewhat transparent while I work with it, but then I'll like easily make it transparent again. So we're going to game window. No, it's the game camera. We're going to say that the game camera's camera has a clear color that is like gray, but like also not complete. I also like it's got a really obvious threshold, like any at all, and it's like, oh no, it's still got an alpha of 0 apparently. According to this, it's still an alpha of 0, an alpha of 0. But yeah, okay. So like yay, I guess. So there's a bunch of other stuff that I want to set, but like maybe we go to camera and we say I guess it's the spawn main. So we want to be like I don't remember what it's called, level, always on top. So that means that you can't click behind it. So like right now, how like if I click here, it disappears. Always on top means it'll always be on top, but then you have to like do something, and you can make it like you can't click like back into it, but I don't remember how to do that. Like a lot of the things told me how to do that. So it's we want to go like Bevy make window unclickable. I believe it's a cursor setting. Click through, keyboard press T, window, okay. It's not window, it's cursor. So I want to say that it's probably something like, comma, cursor, settings, custom cursor source, no. We go back to main and we go back to this window plugin. So there's the primary window, but then I want to say like that the primary window has like a cursor option. Okay, so can't find cursor option in the script. So import cursor options. Grab mode, we don't care about. Hit test. False. Now, my concern is that I may not be able to click underneath it still. So let's close that. because the biggest annoyance I had when I first did this is once I click back into the game, there's no way to get back into the fucking window because like I don't even think you could like click down here because like once it locked you out, you were locked out. So I want to say maybe don't make it invisible every time, but then again, it is kind of half the fun. Okay, so I just need to make it not. Ooh. Okay, so I can click through it and I can do that, but if I click over here. Okay, that's cool. So now we just need to make it full screen. We also just need to make it not completely transparent. So that's fun. So that's in the camera. I want to go here and say like black dot alpha. Set alpha to like 0.1. Oh, with alpha 0.1. There you go. So returns value of the color with a given alpha value. So they should just drop its alpha so it's basically invisible. Maybe we should look what the default clear color is. Clear color configuration. Let's look up clear color. Clear color. Let me go here and be like, what is your default? Like literally some arbitrary fucking gray value. So, sure. So that should make it somewhat visible, and then we can say like, it's like a full screen content view. What does this need to be? True. Right. So it makes the window contents appear beyond the title bar. No. Okay, that's not what we want to set. Window. So present mode, window presentation, window resolution. String. Name, option string, compute alpha mode, windows, resize constraints, resizable, enable buttons, decorations, focused, window level, always on top, no, canvas, no, internal, email was debug text. Sorry, I haven't got the fucking shut up. Make sure nobody's talking. It's moved in its own res, I think. You mean the full screen thing? It's not its own res, it'd be its own component. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Full screen. So borderless game is hides the dock menu when borderless full screen window is active. No, it's actually, it can't be its own thing because I remember seeing it when I was in here. It just wouldn't let me set it, which makes, again, like it's one of those, I don't know if they don't implement reflect or they need some kind of default thing, but it's still not, I probably need to be a little bit darker so I can still see it. If I pop this open and then go down to window, there's mode windowed. So I need to go, we know what it's called now, mode, window mode. And then if I said full screen. Well, there you go. So we can full screen it. Video mode selection. That's why you can't select them in the inspector. So then it's borderless full screen. So borderless full screen, the window should appear full screen by being borderless and using the full size resolution of the given monitor section. When setting this, the window's physical size will be modified to match the size of the current monitor resolution, and the logical pixels will follow based on the scale factor. Okay, note that the mode respects the scale factor provided by the operating system. The Windows logic. Okay, so monitor selection. monitor, comma. So that should make it full screen. And we're gonna like go like 0.33 maybe, just so that it's a little bit easier to see where it is. Because it's gonna be much harder to spot when it completely full screens the whole screen. But then we can, in theory, adjust the projection of the camera so that it's got a fixed. Yeah. Now it's like a tint over the entire screen, and it doesn't go into the other monitor. So, right. I love it. So I guess we commit this to Git. we go, yeah, snake, and so we say, let's call this set up transparent window. Okay, commit. All right, so that sets up our transparent window. So one thing to do is go like, what is our so our snake is 16 by 16. Like I believe. I think that's how. So well, no, snake's 32 by 32, isn't it? So we go to here and be like, snakes, yeah, they're 32 by 32. So we want to do something like maybe like mod grid. Sure. So we need some kind of marker to mark the camera. Because from what I remember, I don't know if it's a viewport thing. There's something you can do inside the main camera sort of thing that like you can, I think it's in its projection. Near far, viewport origin is 0.5, 0.5. That's the center of the viewport. What if I change that? I don't know, because I'd have to spawn something, that's right. Window size. Right, scale mode is window size. So I can actually say that the scale mode is fixed. So, well, let's check that. I love that it's always on top. Like a nice little tint. All right. So we have to tweak around in here and go. So this is spawning the main cursor. So we spawn the camera 2D, which then obviously sticks in its orthographic projection, like so. The orthographic projection here sets the near and the far, which is basically like the clipping plane of the camera. So if it's closer than 0, it won't render. If it's further away than 1000, it won't render. Viewpoint origin specifies the origin's viewpoint as a normalized position from 0 to 1, where 0, 0 is the bottom left and 1, 1 is the top right. This determines where the camera's position sits inside the viewport. Huh. Okay. When the projection scales due to viewport resizing, the position of the camera thereby so remains at the same relative point. Consequently, this is the pivot point from when scaling. Okay, so I think I want to set that to 0, 0 so that the bottom, like, so the camera is when at 0, 0 is here, which means that we get to play with the whole thing without having to worry about like screen width and wrapping and okay. Anyway, scale mode. Right. So we want to go into the scale mode. The window size, match the viewport size. When with a scale of 1, length in world units will map 1 to 1 with the number of pixels used to render it. For example, if you have a 64 by 64 sprite, a transform of 1, no custom size and no inherited scale, the scale will be 64 world units wide and 64 world units tall. When rendering with orthographic scale mode, set the window size when the window scale factor is 1. The sprite will be rendered as 64 pixels wide and 64 pixels tall. Okay. Fixed. Manually specify the projection size. Ignoring window resizing, the image will be stretched. Arguments describe the area of the world that is shown in world units. Okay. So I want to go something like, I don't know what my resolution is. It does tell me somewhere. I run the application, it'll tell me. It's 4K, but I don't actually remember. It's like 13 something something. Okay. So the main camera, okay, the window, and then it's going to go into window. So the window reckons that it is, we'll go with maybe the height. So the physical height is, if we said 2160 divided by 64, it's not a nice number. That's for sure. All right. But it's like 33, which does make me think that I actually want them to be smaller than their full 64 in size, because I probably want the screen to be like, well, it still needs to be square though. 916. So 9 times 3, 27, 9 times 5, 45. Okay, that might work. So what I'm trying to work out here, I guess, is that like when I set the camera mode here, the projection, which is a pain in the ass because I have to grab like your camera, not your camera. I want the 2D because the 2D sets the projection. I need your projection. Wait, what? That's a very confusing way of doing that, but okay. Okay, so this is your frustum. That's going to yield because I need to be frustum. Okay, undo that. Okay, frustum. I need to import you. Well, that's the wrong button. That one. So we need to like qualify you as frustum, and then be all like viewport frustum. All right, so we got something like that. That dot into. I think that should work. Compute frustum. Why can you not find? Okay, wait. So we have a orthographic projection, then we say compute frustum. So the default 2D. Why are you then computing the frustum? I'm honestly not entirely sure what the fuck this is even doing. So this is pub trait camera projection. Compute frustum. Computes the frustum from a for camera from a given projection and transform. Okay, so that would return a frustum. So we need to. So that is actually correct. It's that we need to like import the camera projection thing. Okay. Why is it transform default? I don't get why they've done this. Why is it not like a reference to global transform like identity? Surely that would be faster. Anyway, not exactly something you have to do a lot of, so honestly, leave it alone. Don't break anything. So this will compute the frustum. I don't remember why we were doing that. Something about we want to set something in there. So we want to be like f equal. So cut that, paste that there, and then we want to say like f. Right. So we have our frustum, and inside of our frustum, what was the orthographic projection has? Scale area. Right, no, it's not U, it's the frustum itself. So we need immutable. And then we want to say f dot half space. No. What is inside of the frustum, please? Compute frustum, view frustum. Okay, no, that's terrible. Why is it? I'm trying to set a fixed resolution that's not based on the size of the camera. The idea being that as like if I change the resolution, or if, like, for example, my resolution isn't a perfect multiple of the size of my snake, I don't want the snake to be a different size. So if you set the frustum to being like, oh, it's 1,000, like, you know, it's 1080 by 720. If they load it up on a 4K monitor, it'll just make everything twice the size. And if they load it up on a 720p monitor, it'll just make everything a quarter the size, or half the size, because it effectively, I'm saying that everything I'm working with is assuming that the amount of space that this camera can see is 1080 by 1080 by 1920. I think it's the way the conversion. So the idea is that as you why are you? So the frustum apparently is wrong. Near far, viewpoint origin, scale mode, scale. Was it not the frustum that I was setting? I thought it was, oh, it's the projection, not the frustum. The projection. Right. That tint's kind of funny. So it's not orthographic projection. It's, we want to go to 2D camera and we want to say projection, orthographic projection, default 2D. We want this. So when I come back to here, I'm going to say, you put this here, like that, except that you're going to be default projection. Now, here's the annoying part, because I'm pretty sure I still need the frustum, because, maybe not, maybe I don't care. I'm going to leave this here commented out for now. I'm going to say let p equal, so we're going to say orthographic projection, open it up. We're going to say viewport, no, scale mode, which is going to be fixed. We're going to say that the it is, let's say, was it, we said like 45 times 64, because there's 64 pixels each snake tile, and we're saying that we're going to have 45 cells wide. Where'd my calculator go? I don't remember how I calculated that. So it was like 9 times 5, and then we want to say 16 times 5, which is 80. Right, so 9 is the smaller of the two. So I guess this is going to get computed into a thing. So it's like 5 times 9, and then this would be 5 times 16 times 64, because the compiler should turn that into a constant, so it's not like it's also only ever going to get like computed once, so even if it doesn't. And then we should be able to say orthographic projection, default 2D, except I think it's dot dot, isn't it? It's like dot dot. You construct that. Thank you. So for the sake of not breaking anything, we're going to say that the frustum is equal to P, right? And then we're going to say, but I don't care about the, oh no, yeah, no, F. So then we need to say that you get P, and then you get F as well. So I think that should mean that when we spawn in our sprite, now we may have to change that slightly, because I think what's going to happen here is that our sprite at 0, 0 is, well, actually no, it is an even number of, it's 5 times 9. No, that makes it even, and then it's 5 times 16, which 9 by 16 is not going to work, is it? Oh, okay, that should be fine though. I have no way of testing that, actually. I have to like actually spawn something on the screen. But the idea is that like the snake might be centered, and that could cause issues in that, like, because it's an even number wide, the snake will be half off the screen, and that's kind of what we're trying to not do. We also don't want the snake to be scaled so that he's slightly wider than he is tall, because that would be kind of dumb. It'd be funny, but it'd be really dumb. Anyway, so this sets up the Yeah, so it's 5 times 16 and 5 times 9, because there's no, because 9 and 16, one's odd, one's even, there's no way to multiply to get it so that it will always be odd, which does mean we'll probably have to just like set our pivot point of our snake to be somewhere else. So there's a lot of work just setting up stuff, but it's not literally going to matter like at all for the actual sake of what I'm doing. I just want it to look nice. So we're going to go like mod snake. Well, actually, can we undo? Oh. I don't know what that did. Can we delete you? I want this to run again, and we want to say create mod snake, because the snake's going to have its own kind of thing. I feel like this should actually set that camera somehow, but anyway. We're going to go pub struct snake. Like so. Don't really know what this is going to do at the moment. Well, I guess the snake. So this is going to be a component. So derive component. So, except we want to use Bevy prelude. Like so. And then we want to say handle snake skin. Can't find type snake skin, so we're going to say mod snake skin, like so, and then in here we're going to say use super, just like that, because I'm lazy, and then we're going to say pub struct snake skin, like so. The snake skin will consist of multiple pieces. So, like so, and then we need to be like derive, I'm losing my voice now, asset, which you are then also going to require like a type path or something, type path like that, right? So you do that, you do this, and then we go, hey, snakeskin. So you need to like use snakeskin, like so. So we have the snake and we have the snake's skin. Now, I kind of feel like I wanted to use the children thing, because I remember that being like kind of busted not doing it that way. So we're gonna have the snake, and the snake is going to be like relationship target, and that's going to equal snake segment, right? And then we have like mod segment, something like this, and then we're going to create segment, and then this is going to have a pub, I guess like use super again because I'm lazy, and then we can bring all that down, and we go pub struct snake segment, like so, except you are going to hold an entity, and then we're going to derive component, and also relationship, is it like this? Okay, so like relationship target equals snake. Something like that. Okay. Not satisfied. Yeah, cool. So you work like this, and then you say your relationship. Oh god, brain, come on. Relationship equals snake segment, which is going to use segment. Just bring everything in from segment, please. So you're going to say skin. And you're going to say segments, which is then going to be a vector, a vec of entities, like so, and then this is going to say relationship target. Expects name structs with single field or field okay, so we said just like declare a relationship. Okay, so that should let us spawn in the snake. So this is the snake skin, which for now is going to have head, which is just a handle to an image. Tail, which is a handle to an image. So head, tail, and then straight, which is also a handle to an image, and then turn, curve, which is a handle to an image. Right, something like that. Apparently that's not spelled correctly, but you know. Straight. Right. So that's our skin, and then you are going to, I guess, require some bits and pieces. Right. So you're going to require a sprite, something like that, and then you're also going to say something like component. My completion times are terrible, but I think part of that's because my computer is probably like hemorrhaging and dying, and that like I've just noticed today that like my entire radiator is clogged with dust and stuff like that, so it gets really hot when I compile. So theoretically, it would compile much quicker if my computer didn't like immediately cook itself, but it I don't know how much faster it would actually get, but it takes like maybe 30 seconds. I reckon 6 seconds, but I don't know how much stuff I'd change for that 6 seconds. So on add equals self on add temple snake segment on add. So we're going to say like mute world, which is a deferred world, and a CTX, which is a hook context. Well, yeah, no, because I need to do this when it spawns in. This is when stuff gets hard. So we need to say let snake equal world.get self dot expect it self added dot 0. So that's how we get the snake, and then it's ctx.entity. So get the snake we are part of. Right. Then we need to work out like where in the snake we are, I guess. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to pull that one off. So then we have to like let segments equals world.get. So that would be snake, which is then, you know, snake. I guess we can, I don't know if we can expect this. I guess we can say like sum. We should just call this snake too. Snake. Dot else warn snake segment spawned not part of snake, and then we just return. Right, so we get the snake, and then we need to work out like which segment we are. So can we say like snake dot dot. I feel like I want to say say something like snake dot shape, something like this, and then we want to pass in world dot as world. No, maybe just dereference world. So we want to pass in the snake, and we also want to pass in like ctx dot entity, something like this, because the other option would be to give each segment a next and a previous instead of storing them all in a snake. That would be funny. Huh. I mean, that might be a better way of doing it instead of, because in my head I'm going, oh, store the entire snake, but like we actually don't care about storing the entire snake. So first off, well, you still want it to be a relationship target. It's just that you want next. Oh, that might be a bit difficult. I'm gonna say you want next segment to point at previous segment, and previous segment to point at next segment. I wonder if Bevy lets you do that. That'd be interesting. Is because you can have like, so you like have a snake segment as a markup. You have next segment and previous segment. And so when you insert its next segment, it sets itself as the previous segment of the other snake. I wonder if I can do that. I don't know if Bevy will let me, because I think it needs to be a vector. So we're just going to comment this out for now. And we're going to say struct next segment. Because the idea is if you don't have a next segment, then you're the head. And if you don't have a previous segment, then you're the tail. So an entity, like so. So next segment. So put next segment. How did I manage to pull that off? Anyway, next segment, and then we want like a struct prev segment entity. Right, and then you'd want to say relationship. So you say like, well, you're a component. Oh, I'll do that. You're a component that has the relationship target is previous segment. Actually, the other way around. You have the relationship target previous segment. So and then you are the relationship target. Wait, no, the relationship. You're the relationship because you're the one that you insert, and your relationship. So we insert next segment, which means a relationship. Yeah, and then the relationship targets previous segment, which then you are previous segment, and you target next segment. All right, so it says does not satisfy the trait bounds. Well, apparently because it's not a component, that would probably help. Huh. So I am actually allowed to do that. And so that is what I will do. It's kind of interesting. So I think we still want to do snake segments. It's just that snake segment doesn't hold anything. You get rid of this bit. Well, because again, the head won't have next and the tail won't have previous. So I think we get rid of this, we derive component, you require sprite, and then you have this and this, and we paste these two down here. And then we go, hey, okay, so that means we don't actually have to look up the snake at all. And we can effectively say, do two lookups. So we go like, right. We need like world.get names. So I do feel like the snake still needs the snake bit, maybe, because like I'm thinking like you kind of want the snake to hold the thing, and you don't have to be like, wow, let's I mean we can do that. So let's get the snake skin, and then we just say this is anything with a snake segment, because you'll have heads will have a previous segment, but not necessarily. I guess each snake segment. Not entirely sure how to do that. Need to be like, while let sum up. So I'm going to like comment this so I remember. Next is closer to head. Prev is closer to tail. Right. So while let next. Okay, so let start equals, I guess, let head equals ctx dot entity, while let sum next, so it's next equals world equals world dot get head and then we need to say that we are getting the next segment. So next segment, and then you can unwrap the next segment into next like that, and then you just say head equals next. Right. So eventually, unless these make a fucking loop, we should maybe have a. I don't want to have like a hash set that checks to make sure that you haven't fucking made a loop, but something tells me that I should be making a fucking hash set, make sure you don't make a loop. Well, actually, the other option is to go back to doing like entity. because then the head doesn't actually have to be attached. I was just thinking that as is we can point that at the snake, and then the snake can again have its segments and the relationship of saying like these are all the segments and the order that the segments are in. Because that should, maybe not, I don't know. It would make eliminating loops easier, but again, like I don't actually care enough to do that. We do probably want to say like we need probably something to do a loop check, but I'm not entirely sure how to go about that. Anyway, so we work out which one's the head, and then we say so we'll go back to you not having anything, and then let some snake some skin equals world dot get snake head, right, like that. Else warn head of snake does not have snake component. Well, I mean, the other option would be to default, but and then this needs to return. Okay, so now we have the snake. But also, we only actually care about being like I guess like let skin equals world dot I want to go up here and maybe have a shape. Like pub pub enum shape, and so it's going to be head tail that's the thing. I had that written down somewhere else, didn't I? It's in like snakeskin. So it's head, tail, straight. And then like turn left and turn right. Okay. So we can get the snake skin, but I feel like we want to work out which way you're actually going first, just because it seems like a little bit more interesting. So we're going to say match that let there equals like match self. Oh, no. World dot get next segment comma world dot get previous segment. Right, so the idea is that I should be able to wrap that in a tuple and then do that and then say, okay, so if the result is sum next none, we are the tail. If we are none sum tree, we are the head. See, the issue is that their head's going to need extra information because it is looking forward, and therefore we need to like know that we are looking forward. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So otherwise it's going to be some next, some prev, right? Which tells us we are a body, and then none. We like unreachable. There should be no snake without a next or pre. Now this technically is very reachable. I just haven't actually like bothered doing it yet. I, for arbitrary reasons, have said that next is closer to the head, because in my brain, the snake is always laid out left to right. When you go to the next segment, you're going up the snake for some reason. Purely arbitrary. I've just said that next is closer to the head. Like, I even wrote a comment so that later on when I go, what the fuck? It's next. The next segment goes up. So if you follow the next, you'll get to the head. If you follow the previous, you'll get to the tail. Because to me, the tail is at the end and the head is at the beginning. And for some reason, it goes up. I get that it doesn't make that much sense, but it's just, for me, that's how my brain says that that's how that works. So I'm going to say ctx dot. So we could also grab like their transforms. Because the issue is that the head. We need to grab its own transform. But like, because we can also grab the transforms of like the next and the previous segments at the same time, because we don't actually care if they have the next segment. Oh, okay, no, we do. We care if you have a next segment. We don't actually care what the next segment is. But then we do because we want to fetch the next segment. Okay, so this is the tail. So maybe we should put that above and say, like, we are the tail, we are the head, we are the body. So when we are the tail, we want to look up our transform and the next segment's transform, and we want to work out which way we're facing. So we want to say let sum pos equals next dot world dot get next. No, it's get is transform. Else. I guess we just unwrap that. I don't want it to accidentally fall through. Like, it'd be really annoying if it did that. So we're going to say expect all segments have a transform. All segments have transform. We're going to do that. We're going to go view and we're going to say ctx dot entity. So we should probably do that at the top here, because we're going to need to do that in like every single path, because it doesn't matter which path. The only one that we don't do that in, I think, is the head, because technically the head would just look up which way it's facing, because it can't look at the next segment to work out which way it's going to move. So then we would say let going equals this, except it's next. All segments to have a transform. So we let going equals this, and we're going to say if we say like let diff equals, the going should be further forward, so maybe like going minus position, and then we're going to say if diff dot x dot translation right. So if diff dot x is sign positive? Okay. So if the x is positive, means that we said that you're going, and we subtracted where you are, which means that if your x is positive, put a comment. Oh. So going minus current. Yeah. So more like just if x is greater than 0. If x is greater than 0, then going right. Else if diff dot x is less than 0, going left. Else if diff dot y is greater than 0. If their y is greater than 0, then you're going up. Else if diff dot y is less than 0, going down, and then else unreachable. Segments should not be on top of each. Right. Now, this could almost certainly cause issues in as much as almost certainly these are going to get hit because there's nothing controlling how segments are spawned, which means when you spawn segments in, there's no guarantee that they're going to spawn in the correct order. But I'm just doing this because, like, not hitting these would be a problem. So this is, we have a tail. So we should probably do that here and say, let going, or get transformed next. Okay, so it's prev. Wait, no, the head doesn't care. That's right. Now, I guess that makes sense because the head would check where it came from, and then this is, I guess, the same thing. And then everything else we want to just leave the same. I kind of want to get to a point that it can actually like spawn a snake. So I'm kind of at that point of being like, what was our thing? It's like one layer up. Shape. So we want to say that your shape is head. I guess all their shapes are head, but okay. Well, so what we want this to be is not dirt, but we want to be like image flip x, flip y, and rotate. Something like that. And then so we would need to get the skin. So we're going to say like let sum skin equals world dot resource assets snake skin dot get snake. We're just going to pass in snake. Else we're going to say something like warn snake skin not loaded. Return. Right. So then you need to return why I kind of want it to be like a thing. We want to say like struct well, I guess that would be the shape, wouldn't it? So instead of shape containing head, tail, straight, shape is just going to be a struct that's going to say image, which is a handle to an image, flip x, which is a boolean, flip y, which is a boolean, and then rot, which is, I guess, a quaternion. Doesn't feel like the best way of doing it, but anyway. All right, so then you would return a shape that is so let's do shape. So you return skin. So your image is skin dot head. And then flip x is false. Well, I guess you would be like default, like that. And then we have to go to u and say derive default. Right, I think that's how that works. So we want to say that when you're going to the left, which I believe is the default position of the snake, like if we don't have any kind of transform applied, the snake will be going to the right, apparently. Okay. All right. I actually think that's correct, because you're going to the left, but it's not actually going to the left, it's going to the right, because this is the head, not just copy paste the tail. But anyway, we're going to copy you, and we're going to say that you do this, and then you do this, and you do this. Right, so if you're going to the right, so if the x is positive, yeah, it means that you need to flip. Is it x? I think it's flip x. Then you would want to. You don't want to do anything. Then you'd want to flip x. Wait, would you want to flip x? Well, I mean, no, you wouldn't. I don't think you'd want to do anything either. Maybe we only have one flip x. I'm trying to think if there's multiple orientations that the snake needs to flip multiple things. But I'm thinking like you would say rot, which is a quaternion from rotation around the z. The angle is 180. Fine. F32 pi. Core. F32. Const pi. So that would flip at 180 degrees. Then we want to come here and be like, so that would be not flipped at all. Then this would be It might need flipping. I don't remember. 5/2. That's half rotate up, and then this one that goes here, and then we say that you are, instead of dividing by 1.5, we times by, oh well, actually, yeah, instead of divide, we should times by 0.5, and then you times by 1.5. So that should put you all in the right spot. So he's complaining because well, one, not everything returns the same type, which is fine. So we're gonna get the bottom of U, we're gonna say to do. Okay, so now we just need to give the skin like a head function, which will just return a clone version of the head. And we have to give the skin another function. Okay, so we're going to import snake skin, which is going to say pub head, which just takes in self and returns a handle to an image, which is self.head.clone. And then we're just going to make these all public so I can set them later. We're going to do the rest of that later. I need to have you. So the snake needs to up here. I'm going to import into asset ID snake skin for a reference to a snake, which is then going to say fn into and then say self dot skin ID. Should make it that work. Then come down to here. Okay, so this is also going to just call to do, and then that one calls unreachable, and then we get to here, and we go, okay, so by this point, we should own all the data we need, and then we're just going to go let mute sprite equals world.get mute ctx.entity.insert right, you're not going to work because you're not going to have at least one segment. That's just annoying. Not insert dot expect sprite is required component. Is required component. Okay. So type annotation needed. Yeah. Which is to get mute. We have to say sprite. Now, annoyingly, because of how I've got this set up, I need to have at least 2 segments in order for it to work. So we're going to say sprite dot image equals shape dot image, and then we're going to say sprite dot flip x equals shape dot flip x, sprite dot flip y equals shape dot flip y. I think that's it. Like, I don't think there's a sprite dot rotate, which means we're going to have to sprite color, custom size, image modes, rectangle, texture atlas. There appears to not be a convenient, which means again we need like let mute. Well, that's not even that. We need to like world dot get mute transform ctx dot entity dot expect transform is required component, and then we go dot rotation equals shape.rock. Okay. So first off, we need to go back in here and go, hey, when we pick your shape, I need you to not call to because I also need you to like return this even if it's wrong. Just, you know, don't do anything with it. You're not saying that they don't match, which means we need to copy this up here and go, okay. So again, we want to paste all of these things in these locations. Actually, do we just copy this whole thing? And then paste this whole thing in here, because then the only thing we need to change is the head to tail. Right. So then we can come back to the snake segment and we say tail, which just takes in self and returns a handle to an image, which is just self dot head dot clone. Wait, no, tail dot clone. That would be very confusing. Okay, so that means that as long as I don't put any that have multiple segments, they should work fine. I don't know how these are going to work, but anyway. So we need to go back to like main, and then we need to be like fn spawn test snake. So you need root commands. We need the asset server. Asset server like so, and then we want to go like right, so let skin equal let's just use snake like that. I think we have to make them public use, but anyway. So segment, go like here and be like pub use. Snake skin. Let skin equals snake skin. Right, like this, which then has these fields, which is going to be like head is going to be asset server dot load, and then it's something like battle snake slash snakes slash 32x32 pixels underscore split, and then the head is snake 002, so rename. Snake 002. So we need the 4 of those, which is going to be tail, straight, and curve, comma. Okay. So go back up to here and be like, okay, so it is, I believe 15. Okay, the 15, 1510. 1510. Right, so that should be the snake skin done. And then we can say let, like, I guess we let skin equal this, and we say asset server dot add the snake skin. We are going to need to come down here somewhere and be like app dot init asset snake skin, Honestly, I'm trying to get this done quickly just so I can go to bed because I want to at least get the snake rendering, but it's just not quite doing what I don't know why I've taken such a convoluted route to get here. But anyway, I want to do this, and we want to go like here and be like app.add systems like startup maybe. My worry is that it's not going to have added the asset stuff when everything triggers, which means that it's going to fail to load the thing and then it never actually loads it again. The on add's probably not necessary. It's probably whenever the snake moves that we need to do it, but which would be one of the reasons to go from the head down, I guess. Anyway, so let snake asset server add. So we added the snake skin. Then we want to say something like commands.spawn. We want to spawn a snake who has a skin, which is our skin, and segments, I guess default like so. Now we just need to go back to our snake and make that public so that we can construct it. Right. So apparently it doesn't have default, so we're just going to say segments is vector. No, it doesn't even use it, so it doesn't actually matter. So that's our snake, which means that we need to say like something like let h equal. So we spawned the snake. Because from what I remember, it's the previous segment is the one that we set. So when we go here, we say, okay, so it's commands. Is there a way to possibly to rotate the snake tile while drawing? Yeah, so that's what I'm doing at the moment. Obviously, it's not like the most obvious thing, but I want to get something rendering, so I'm doing. But like, I'm rotating the snake section rather than like there's only going to be one head, one straight, one turn, and one tail, and I will rotate them to be pointing in the correct direction. We need to go like into snake. So for some reason, I don't have access to previous segment. Why do I not have access to? Because they're not public. So what I'm thinking is more like you'd spawn the snake in with a sequence, and you would just say its length, and then it would spawn that many segments. But again, like I'm trying to get something to render more than I'm. So previous segment, and that is going to be H. That's apparently got a private field. Now you're going to tell me that I'm not allowed to do this, right? Which means I need to flip this. Wait a second. No, you stay private. The next segment. So it's next segment. Right. So next segment. Now the question is it just going to immediately crash? We have to also give it a transform, don't we? We need to be like transform from translation vec3. We want to go probably in the y times 64. Something like that. So this should put this segment 64 pixels higher than this segment. We should make them point down. Like the head should be looking down because the tail is 64 segments higher than it. That'll tell me if it's working, because the idea is if it just sets the right segment, they'll be looking to the left and the right. Now, annoyingly, I can't even see them, so where are they? Probably just like not being rendered at all. So, okay, so it did set the previous segment, but it didn't, snake segment's the required component there. And these don't require snake segment, so And snake segment doesn't implement default. Okay, well that's easy to fix because it's literally a 0 size struct. Like that. I think that will work. Again, this is like a dodgy way of doing it because I want to just try and get something to render. In theory, I'd probably want to spawn the snake in and just like specify how long I want the snake to be. Oh, I see 2 single pixels. So they haven't got the right sprite set, and it's probably because cannot skin not loaded. So we need to load the skin. Okay, so on add is almost certainly not the right place to be doing this then. Fine. I also like that it shows up on both of them. Like you can see it on this one too. All right, so we need to do something more like update path. Right. So updating path, and then we could probably do something like heads, which would be a query for I guess update sprites, isn't it? So this would query for things that have snake, because the snake tells you the head, and also I guess we want your transform and your previous. Segment. Tails would be the same thing. That's why I feel like the snake would be the better way of doing it. So it's like heads, and then we query for the snake with the transform, because we can't query it mutably because it would. I wonder how good Bevy is at like eliminating things. Can we say without next segment? It's probably going to yell at me that this is going to conflict, is what I'm wondering. So this would, we could say tails, and then tails is like transform next segment. Without previous segment. It's not going to matter because they're both immutable, but like you could theoretically do that, and that should make them not conflict. So we could then in like here we go like mute bodies, and then you say query. I'm just curious if this is going to conflict or not, or whether Bevy actually can pick up that that these are actually exclusive. Next segment. Previous segment. I'm curious if Bevy actually sees that as being unique. So I need to somehow add that. So I guess we make that function public, because again, I'm just trying to do this quickly. So we go pub, and then we just go back to main, and we stick that at the bottom. We say spawn test snake, and then add systems update snake segments update sprite. Wait, this would be in fixed update. Fixed update means we can run at a slower FPS than the refresh rate, so that like actually makes sense to be doing like this. All right, so when we update the sprite, every time we update the sprite, we do this, and then this is gonna yeah, this is why the segment, we need to point back to the original snake. Like, what I want is to be like you, and then be all like snakes, which is then a query for snake, something like that. And then we're gonna say like skins, which is a res assets snake skin, something like that. So then we can get rid of like all of this logic here, because again, none of this logic fucking matters. Oh, we need to leave this bit so that it doesn't complain that it's not doing anything. Oh, sorry, I'm going to leave this bit too. So now it won't do anything when we add those, but then in theory, they will have a mutable transform, this. They also have a, we'll put it here and say, comma, mute sprite. I'm curious if Bevy will catch these as being not like that these are exclusive, because from what I can figure, previous without, next without previous means that these don't overlap. And then this is saying with both. So both of these are eliminated from overlapping with that, because if it isn't missing one of those, then it can't be in there, because it would have both of those. So theoretically, Bevy should be fine with this. Okay. Well, it did something, and it didn't crash. It didn't panic saying, hey, you're not allowed to do that. That's a conflict. So that means it does actually know that these are unique. So that's nice. So next, I guess, is to go, we have next segment and previous segment, which we need to use to look up things. But then we need to go, because in theory, like a head can, oh no, but a body could go to another body. I was going to say that, like our heads cannot, like the head can't ever hit the head. We need access to, what was the other thing that they need to know? Right, snake segment. So I want to say that instead of doing the weirdness that is that, we want to go back up to snake segment. We want to say that snake segment is holds a entity. Apparently you don't get default anymore. So then we're going to say that you are a relationship where your relationship target equals snake, something like that. And then we have to go back up to snake, and we have to go, let's get snake. and say that you are a relationship target, and your relationship is snake segment. Right, so it's saying that this field needs to be public, and then that's going to yell at me about that. So we're going to say simple snake fn, I guess pub fn new, which takes in a skin, which is a handle to a snake skin, which then says snake, where its skin is the skin and its segments is vec new. Okay, and this returns a snake. Okay. So they're all yelling at me because snakeskin doesn't have default. So them not requiring snake segment is going to be annoying because I'm going to have to do that myself somehow, but we'll get there. So all we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, snake new, and this is going to say snake skin, right? And then this is going to be snake, like so. I'm then going to say, like, because we're going to spawn multiple, we're going to, actually, we still probably want to stick just to one until we get it not crashing. So we're going to say, instead, that you are a snake segment of this particular snake. Because the idea is that when we insert snake segment, so we're going to go back to this monstrosity. On add, we're going to look up the snake. Let mute snake. We're not going to mute, just let the snake equal this. And we're going to say world dot get snake from, we need to just get self, so we need to get, well, I guess that kind of works. So this would be snake segment ctx dot entity, and then we're going to say dot expect on add of self, and then we're going to say let snake equal world dot get snake ctx dot no snake. So that dot expect is segment of snake. I don't know when that happens in the hierarchy, but anyway. So now we've got this. So we grab the segment, then we grab the snake. Then we need to go snake dot index. So we're going to say let I equal snake dot well, it'd be more like next priv equals snake dot chain, I guess, and then we pass in ctx dot entity, something like that. Maybe we even just match that. I want to match that, so we want to go up to snake here. We want to say pub chain, which is going to take in self and a segment, which is going to be a entity, and it will return an option. Well, it's going to return two options, two entities. Option entity So we're going to say let I equal self dot segments dot find. Okay, it must be fine. So like iter.find segment else return none. None. It'd be interesting to if that happens, because it's saying that you're not error snake segment not in snake. Right. So then we get the I, which is going to actually be sum. Like that. Okay. So why are you not letting me do this? Because find, and then find has to take in f equals a segment. Dereference f equals segment. Right. So you do that, and then we say, wait, no, you. That's not what I want. I mean, that's kind of what I want, but not what I want, because it's actually returning the entity itself. I want to say self dot segments dot find map. No, fold. Fine. And we like let mute pre equals none at mute next equals well also none. I want to say something like if segment. No, we're gonna just call last, I guess. No. But it has to start with the next and then pre. Then we're going to say for this and prev in self.segments.windows size of 3. If this equals segment, return sum dereference next sum dereference previous. So we're going to say if let sum f equals I guess it's if self.len is less than 2, so less than 2, return none, none, none. Okay, so then if let sum f equals self.segments.first, and f equals segment, return. So we know that there's at least 2, so then you return none, sum f, no, self.segments 1. So if you're equal to the first, so if you ask for the first segment, we just give you this, and there's at least 2 segments, we give you the second segment, and we can say else if let sum L equals self dot segments dot last and L equals segment, return self dot return sum sum. Do you want to do the rotate tile thing, or by changing the order in which pixels are read when drawing, like -x, but I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm honestly probably way too tired to be doing this coding. Okay, so first, so you have to return sum. So it's not last because we know that you are last, which means that you need to be self.segments self.segments.len -2. Ooh, okay. Right, so they can't be less than 2. Yeah, which means it can be 2, and if it is 2, we want to return 0. Okay, cool. And then none. Takes 2 arguments. Maybe it takes 2 arguments. I think it's like sum, none, something about closing, something. Okay, maybe. Okay, and then if you get to here, we can say none, comma none, like so. And we have to like dereference this. Okay. Right. So, and then we don't need either of those. What we're doing is we're saying if there's less than 2 items, it just always returns none, because it means, doesn't, like, if there's 0 or 1 segment, we literally cannot find the next segment, because you either are the segment or or it doesn't exist. So we return none if there's only less than, if there's only 2 elements. No, if there's less than 2 elements, which so if there's 2 elements, well, if there's more than 2, if there's at least 2 elements, we check to see if you're the first element. If you're the first element, we just return none because you're the first element. So there's no element in front of you, and sum self.segment. So then, like, the next segment. Then we say else if we say else if you're the last segment, we return sum -2, because if -1 would be the last segment. The -2 is the one before the last segment, and none because you're the last segment, which means there's no segments after you. Otherwise, we I think it gives me a reference to it, to an array. So I think we have to go like a window. Like, it doesn't know how long the window is. So then we have to say this one. Oh, so window 1, and then you'd be window 0, and you'd be window 2. All right. So then, if it's not the first segment and it's not the last segment, it has to be one of the conjoining segments or not at all. So then we check every triplet of segments, and we say if you are the middle segment of that triplet, we return the segment in front the entity in front and the entity behind. So then, and if we don't find any of the segments lining up, then we return none, which I believe should work, because like if it's exactly 3 long, if it's not the first one, it's not the last one, it has to be the middle one, or it's not in the set. So I think that's every possible combination covered. It's a terrible way of doing it, but it's every combination covered. So then we come down here and we say something like, we match that. We don't even need to match that. It's more like we want to say like, let next prev equals snake dot chain, and then it's like ctx dot entity, like that, right? And then we're going to say if let sum next equals next world dot commands dot entity ctx dot entity dot insert next segment is next, and then we do exactly the same thing but with prev instead. And accept your prev like that. So that should mean that when we spawn in the snake, we effectively get the correct orientation for the snake and set the correct pieces in the right places. I think. I'm not entirely sure. So when we say like, hey, spawn this snake, so that should insert the snake skin onto you. We called you a snake and we made you the head. So that I don't think will give you a snake segment, but that's fine. Technically, heads don't need snake segments, but we can work on that. So it won't be able to find the head. Wait, but you're not allowed to insert previous, are you? You're not supposed to be editing that. So which one am I inserting? So I only actually care about if you have a segment in front of you, maybe? Because that's the point, is that like I guess what we would do is, instead of saying if let sum, so next, which is saying the head, so self.insert next segment is the head. If let sum previous is actually to say next, insert next, and then next segment. This is going to be slightly like slow in terms of like just redundant work. But what we're doing is we're saying, if there's a segment in front of you, insert next segment on yourself. And then if there's a segment behind you, insert yourself onto that next segment, because that should mean that the head gets the next segment inserted onto it. Right? Which means that the snake doesn't, the head doesn't need a snake segment. Oh, kind of does. Well, we can put the snake back here. Because effectively, like, the snake would get a previous segment because it has a tail. I think, yeah, and then... So, I mean, that should work. So then we should be able to say something like for I in like 0 dot dot, let's say like, yeah, 0.3. So we spawn 4 segments. We're just going to put this in here, and we're just going to say that your y times I as an f32. Right. Well, I guess you start from 1. So we add 2 additional segments. Right. So when I run this, it should spawn 3 segments, and nothing should crash. and then the 3 segments should have their, I mean, it should do nothing. Did it spawn 3 segments? I don't know if it spawned 3 segments. I don't even know if it worked because my inspector is bugged off as well. What? Oh, the inspector ended up on the invisible panel. That's weird. How did that happen? How did that happen? Excuse me. That's a weird order of operations that I've never had happen up until this like exact moment. And now it's consistent. What did I break? We spawn all that in. So when we spawn in the camera, because the camera's the only thing that can really do anything, we call this the primary window. We also called it the UI camera. So I don't know why all of a sudden it's decided that that this is the UI camera. Huh. Alright. I guess that means we have to go back to here and say like maybe don't ignore my hit detection so that I can like click on the window. Because I'm pretty sure even with a transparent window, I should be able to click on it. It's just that I've got hit detection turned off, so it's effectively just ignoring anything that's happening over here. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it suddenly become the primary window, but anyway. How many segments are we spawning? Looks like 3. So we have snake. Okay, so it appears not to have done it in the correct yeah, okay. It makes me feel like maybe the snake shouldn't be on the head, but anyway. Did the rest of the work? So you're a snake segment. You're a snake segment. And you're the snake. But you didn't get a previous, which means that it didn't work properly. And you didn't also get a previous, which means that when it got there was no snake. So the snake hadn't been updated yet. God damn it. That's so annoying. This is just such a stupid way of doing it, to be honest. Hmm. Doing it this way is apparently dumb because of the order of operations. I guess the snake segment must be added, and then all the relationships are applied, which means that the snake is actually empty when it gets to that point. Fine. I guess the way around that would be to say snake segment. Then we can just say fuck all that off. Something like segments. Then we have the snake and we have the segments, and we're going to say there was like a thing I could set, something about like relationship and being able to like point to one's self. How do I do that? So we go to snake here and we have to say relationship that's linked spawning. Maybe it's the other way. Is it you that can say allow self allow self-referential. So I mean, now there's actually no need for the snake. I mean, we could just spawn the snake, grab its ID, and then spawn a bunch of segments separately. Like, there's no actual need. So we can just set this back to 0 and then go, hey, snake. So we just spawn a snake with a skin, we give it a snake, and then we go, hey, iterate through this. Yep. So update sprites does that. So then we're going to say, like, for snake in snakes, and then be like, head equals snake dot first. Right. We'll make it go like that, else continue. And then we have to do the head, which I guess is to go I mean, the head can just return. The minimum length of a snake is, I think it's technically 3, because you can't turn and have a tail, which is fun. Anyway, so we want to have snake, and we're going to say, like, okay. So we put this little chain thing that I'm not going to care about for right now, but we're going to say, head, which takes in self and returns an array of entities that is 2. If self, I guess it returns an option. And it's like, if self dot when is less than 2, return none. Otherwise it's self dot segments. Self dot segments dot 2. Fine. To make it work, you have to go like an array that is segments 0 and self dot segments 1. Then we have to go sum. Apparently that's not how that works. Sum. Right. So that returns the head if there's at least 2 parts. So then we say head, and we're going to say that it's actually going to return instead of an array like that, it's going to return head and next. Right. And then, well, I guess we like let I guess is it okay? Head and next equals segments dot get mute. So I guess seg, and then we just pass in seg. No, get mute. Get many mute? Is that how that works? Okay. Something like that. Else continue. That should probably tell me that it failed to get the segments, but anyway. I actually don't even care about this like segment because we have the snake. Okay. And then we say we need your transform. And we need your transform so that we can do the logic of being like We need like f in shape. Which takes in next, which is a vec3, current, which is a vec3, and a prev, which is a vec3. And this returns a shape, I think. So this will also need to take in a skin. I guess we can just move this onto the skin itself. So you would say equal. Then we say like skins res assets snake skin. And it's like let sum skin equals skins dot get snake dot skin. I guess we just give it snake, don't we? I think we fix that. Else continue. Right. Honestly, I'm starting to lose track of where the fuck I am in the whole code section. Anyway, so we grab that, and we go, okay, so the snake skin itself, needs to have a shape. And you return shape, so you take in self. Okay, so equals if next equals current self dot head, else if previous equals current self dot tail, else if okay, next minus previous, one on the front and the one behind. Okay. Well, absolute. I guess this needs to be in its own block because I need to do extra math basically. So right, so we subtract next from previous. We take the absolute difference and we say if diff dot x equals 0, or diff dot y equals 0. I don't know if we need to take the absolute then. Self dot straight, else self dot curve. So the idea is that if the next and the previous, if you subtract those two apart from each other, I don't actually think we need to take the absolute. if one of them equals 0, that means that both of them are in the same, like they're either both in the X or they're both in the Y. And hence when it cancels out. So if they're both in the X or they're both in the Y, then it's a straight piece. But if they are different, so if it's like plus and minus or plus and plus, then yeah. All right. So then we come down here and we say I guess we should probably call this shape. Well, no, it'd be easy to go image and then say like let mute shape equals shape image, and then I think we want to just default you. And then at the bottom we return shape, because the idea is that now we can we'll call straight and we'll call curved, and then we'll just add these functions like so. Okay. We'll copy you down, straight, curve, straight. Right. So I mean, that should just work. It's obviously not going to flip them correctly, but it should at least put the right segment in the right place. So we need to make you public. And then we come to here. Skin, so say self segment, snake head, else, confirm head. Okay. So you come down here and we say, so this is for the head. So we'll let head shape equal equals skin dot shape, and then so it's head dot 0 dot translation, head dot 0 dot translation, and then next dot 0 dot translation. So that should give us our shape. And then we want to say something like head dot 0 dot rotation equals head shape dot rot, and then we're going to say head dot 1 dot image equals head shape dot image, and then head dot 1 head flip x equals head shape dot flip x, and then head dot 1 dot flip y equals head shape dot flip y. I need to make that like an apply function that you just like call dot apply. You don't even need to read it. It's hilarious. Yep, cool. I could probably tidy that up a lot, but I really don't feel like doing that right now. I just want it to work. So now every frame, it will try and render the head, and it'll get the right image each time. So now it should actually set the correct image, and that's effectively. Hey, so the head got set to the right image. Oh no, I can't get that one. Oh no, that's how oh no. So it's selecting the right shape, but I'm only running it for the head. So we do need to go to shape and import like import shape, and then like fn. No, I guess like pub fn apply rock, which takes in self. No, I guess we just call it apply, and it will take in self and a transform, which is a mute transform, and a sprite, which is a mute sprite. Something like that, and we say transform dot rotation equals self dot rot sprite dot image equals self dot image sprite dot flip x equals self dot flip x, and sprite dot flip y equals self dot flip y. Right, so we do that, and then we come back to where we were applying it here. No, where are we doing this? In like segment. And we say, hey, instead of doing this monstrosity, we just say head shape dot apply, and then we say just head dot 0 and head dot 1. Right. So that should then apply those two. So then next we want to say something along the lines of seg, which is then snake dot tail, else continue. And then we have to go to snake. Yeah, and then you have a function called tail, which takes in self and returns an option entity by 2, and then you just do the same thing, except you would say I guess we go here and be like let L equal self dot segments dot len, and then you would say L minus 1, and then your your L minus 1, and your minus 2, no. So it'd be some self segment. The L minus 1 means that this is the last segment, and then this is the segment before it. So we'd, to keep them in the correct order, we'd probably want to say that you're the segment before it and you're the last segment, because then effectively we do exactly the same thing, but we say instead of being head, so this is next mute tail, and we say segments get seg. That's fine. And it's shaped skin, so it's not head, it's, so you would be next dot 0 dot translation, and then you'd be tail, right? So the idea being that, again, we specify that the one in front and then the tail is both of the trailing ones, so it can easily detect that it's a tail. And then we, I guess, take this, cut that, paste that here, say that this returns nothing, and this does nothing, and then this would be tail and tail. Okay. So that should then make the tail work. So we run this, it should then generate this tail segment. Yeah, so now the tail segment's being generated. I could make them like easier to see, but how would I do that? I think I would just go to the camera and we go, when we multiply you by 64, can we multiply you by like 16 instead? So that should make them like 4 times bigger. Anyway, then we go back to wherever the fuck we were doing all this stuff. All right, we still want to move them 64. It's just that when we render it, maybe. I actually don't know. Okay, so they want to say like 4 W in snake dot segments. Or something like that. So then we have to go to snake and add the segments functionality. Just to go in here and say, so you can ask for the head, you can ask for the tail, and be like pub segments, which then takes in self, then returns an impl iterator whose item equals a window. I don't think that's the right window, but anyway, no, it's not. Anyway, we'll work out what the right window is. So we're gonna say self dot segments dot window of size 3. Those are called windows. We're going to like qualify windows with std slice. And this takes one generic argument, which is take care of the lifetime, and the item is entity. Something like that. You're going to yell at me because it should be like a reference to it. No? Expected windows, but this iterator yields. Oh, sorry, you don't return. No. You return, you yield slices of entities. There we go. Right, so then we come back here. Actually, I can make it even better because I can say next current. Well, no, it's we call it window. We go back to segments and we say that segments actually returns not a reference to an array, but a 3 wide array, and then we say map this, which takes in f, and then we say you actually return f0, f1, and f2. Yeah. So now we actually have a sized array when we go through our segments, which means that we can just go like we need to copy this. I guess we'll copy from here. So copy this, paste this, tab that all in properly. Alright, so we're gonna say get mute segment, so it's gonna be window. And then we have next prev. Neither of those need to be mutable, and then we also have one in the middle that is mute this. Alright, so then we go next dot zero dot translation, this dot zero dot translation, prev dot, we call it like leading and trailing, maybe, I don't know. And then it's this, and then it's this, and then we go. That should apply to all of them. Okay. So they're a little bit too far apart, but I think that's, again, it's because I'm doing like the 64 kind of stuff. Anyway, so this would need to be 16 to put them next to each other again. I assume, I'm not entirely sure why they're. Anyway, commands.spawn next segment. Maybe they're supposed to be 32. I don't know. Oh, but wait, they are 32. So it would be 32. Anyway, so I guess instead we can do like an array. So like let's go like let mute x equals 0. Let mute y equals well, I mean, why not just say offset, and that just equals a vec 3 0. The first one's at 0, and then we're going to say something like vec. We'll call it a vec 2. So we're going to say vec 2, and we're going to go 1. Well, I guess it's going to be 0. Now, I guess we can spawn the first one outside, and then that one would actually spawn at vec 3 0. So we want to go 1 0, and then 1 1 1 1 0 1 -1 -1, maybe, I don't know. So then that would be let offset equal no, wait, offset plus equals I, and then your offset time f32 dot extend 0. Right, so that just means it's going to go up to the right, up to the right, left, down, or no, it's going to go to the right. It's going to go to the right. It's going to go up. It's going to go to the right. It's going to go to the right. It's going to go up. It's going to go to the left. It's going to go to the left. I don't know if that's going to be a valid snake, but it shouldn't cross itself because I never really double back. I never move up in the Y, so. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so we need to get to our like shape bit, whatever shape is. Something calculates the shape. I don't remember how to do it. Is it skin? I think it's inside a skin, isn't it? Like snake, we say skin, and then we, yeah. Okay, so we get the shape here, which is to say the rotation. The annoying thing is that I'm pretty sure the tail needs the opposite rotation, maybe? I don't know. So when you just say that, like, I guess no matter what, we're going to calculate the difference. So I guess the diff is to say that it's next minus previous, because the head, these are the same. The tail, these are the same. So subtracting this from this will always give you the difference between Right. So, and then we say, hey, like if next and current are the same, then it means we have a head. So this will tell us the difference. So we need to say that if x, if dot x, so if the next segment has a higher x, okay. Well, I guess, yeah. Right, so next minus previous. So we're going to say if the x is negative, if the head minus the next segment gives you a negative number, then shape dot rot equals quaternion from rotation of z f30 pi. Can we bring that in from anywhere? Pi f32 pi. Right. Else if x is greater than 0 equals 0, diff dot x. So if the x is positive, means that it's behind you. Yeah, which means we don't rotate at all. Else if dot y if diff dot y is greater than, so if it's above you, shape dot rotation equals quaternion from rotation to z of pi times 1.5. I think it's 0.5 because I think it's so it'd be turning clockwise, which means if its y is higher than you, that means you need to turn the snake to point down, which is a quarter turn clockwise. Now, the annoyance is that I'm unsure if these rotations are the same, regardless of like the head rotation, if that makes sense. So now we should be setting the rotations correctly, and then you just need to work out whether you need to flip, because you obviously can't only rotate. I also think that certain patterns need to be flipped and rotated. Like you need to be able to flip X and Y. But if this works, I think I'm going to have to call it a night because I am getting so tired. I'm going to run this. Please run it in the actual terminal. Honestly, this auto translates so weird. Right. So see how the head's pointing in the right direction. This segment's pointing in the right direction. This segment needs to be. So that's interesting because that means you're actually rotating the wrong way. Because you're rotated the right way. You either didn't rotate at all, or you rotated the wrong way. Because what's happening here is that the tail's rotated the right way. But I need more straight Y's to know if this is working properly. So we go back to our. I guess we could just import noise, like just bring rand in. And then we go back to main, and we go and do 40 I in 0 dot dot. Let's go with like 20 segments. can move equals vec2. So we can either move 1, 0, 1, 0, I guess negative 1, 0. Both of these are now 0, and both of these are 1, and it's either 1 or -1. So it will overlap itself, which can be a little bit annoying, but we could also bias it to go up or something, but anyway. So offset equals plus equals can move dot choose, and then we just say rand make RNG well, that does work. So, right, so we don't use I, we just say move it a whole bunch. So now when we run this, what I don't quite follow is why when it turns up it's the right way, but when it turns right it's not the right way. I guess that is like a difference, isn't it? It's that when it turns right it needs to be flipped. I do feel like maybe the easiest or reasonable way to do it would be to take the X, Y, Z, because it doesn't actually, oh no, the head and the tail do matter. So it doesn't actually matter which segment we are. We're effectively saying if I enter from here and exit from here, what am I going to do? If I'm connected here and connected here. But I think we do need to care about entry and exit. Otherwise, the head and the tail I don't think really matter because they are mirrored of each other, which means that like you effectively only need it to stick to one. And then if you've got it backwards, you can just invert that because you're effectively saying the first one's always the entry point. But I guess it does need to know that, doesn't it? Mm. I can actually make it stop doing that. I go like yeah, I'll save you some sanity. I just don't do it because I am just as prone to accidentally add words to the dictionary and then be like, fuck, like now they're just misspelt everywhere because they're in my dictionary misspelt. Yeah, there's you can just like whitelist words. There's a couple of other words that I probably should whitelist because they're like they're not actually spelled incorrectly. They're just, I guess, used incorrectly. Like they're just in the middle of a word, and it's like, oh, that's not how you use that. I'm still pretty sure my computer's being thermally throttled. Well, at the moment, it's probably just because it's only got 2 things left to do, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I should clean my fan out. That's the list of shit that I have to do at some point. One of these. Clean radiator on computer. It is on the list of shit that needs to get done. Okay, so it appears to be overlapping itself a lot, I think. So annoyingly, no. There's the other. Where is the other window? Oh. Right, so I guess what we should do is do something like say you can only head up, but we're going to say you're like 3 times more likely to go in the X direction. Right. So you're obviously rotating the wrong way. Okay, well that's an easy fix. That's a really obvious and easy fix. You're 100% rotating the wrong way. So if it goes up, you need to flip. So that's Y, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that would also explain it, wouldn't it? If the okay, wait. If the Y is up, you're rotating the wrong way. So you need to rotate the other way. I wonder why it rotates 9 degrees counterclockwise. Anyway. All right. So now the tail's pointing the wrong way. But it's this. Okay. I mean, we can just restart it a few times. The other thing is we could also just spawn a handful of different snakes. I mean, you're not detecting right. You're not detecting right. Like, I don't know. Maybe they are detecting right. But, like, you would be flipped. That's my issue. Is, like, the fact that these are wrong, but this is right despite... Oh, no, they are actually the other way. Oh, wait a second. All right. We'll regenerate you again. Okay. All right, so the snake is, again, facing the wrong direction. How is the snake facing the wrong way, though? If its Y is higher than you, then you should be flipped. They just have it backwards? Okay, I don't get that one. Where is that? It's like snake skin. So if your Y, if diff's Y is greater, so next is the head minus the tail. Okay, so flip that around. The other trick would be to spawn just a fucking bunch of really short snakes. All right, so now you're pointing in the right direction. You're pointing in the right direction. There's only these ones that aren't, which is, what are you saying? So your X is negative. If the Y is negative, if Y is negative and Z is negative, and X is... Okay, so you would be this minus that, What's this minus that? This minus that. This minus that. U minus U. If you're at 0 and I subtract U from it, then you would end up here. If they're both negative, which way is the correct orientation for the sprite? Really not you. Right. Not you. Which way is the correct orientation for the sprite? Right. So they're both being rotated. So I don't want to rotate it if both are negative. Okay. Or I probably do, but I want to flip it. Right. Damn it. You can do something like x equals if dot x, it's like sine num, and then then y equals if y dot sine num. So this gives me a gives you -1 if the positive, if it gives you 1 if it was positive, -1 if it was negative, and 0 if it was infinity. Wait, what? -1 if number is negative, -0, or negative infinity. Yeah, that's annoying. We need to be something like I thought this returned 0 if it was. Okay. Direction. Negative, positive. Zero. And then something like import direction. If f dot f equals I guess it is 0. No. Equals 0. I guess, well, more like if f less than 0, else if f greater than 0, else. So we're gonna say direction 0, that means it's positive, and then this one means negative, direction negative. Okay, and then we get to here and we say, can we match direction from F32 from diff.x direction from diff.x right. So then we have to say something like direction. So if we got 0, 0, can we get the ID to fill in all missing arms? There we go. Okay, so this is error next and priv location. Right. So you just do that. Okay. So negative, negative. If both values are negative, it means that one, we can't be the head because the head requires one of the planes to be positive. Like one of the planes to be neutral. So that means we are. So if we're that segment, we want to say that the no rotation if they're both negative. If they're both positive, means that you are above that and to its left. Which means that if they're both positive, we need to flip it 180 degrees. Shape.rot equals quaternion from rotation z pi. Right, so they're both positive. If it's negative along the x, let's go look at the snake and go the straight. So if it doesn't change along the x, if the x is 0 between the two, that means we have no rotation. So you are no rotation. I'm going to like label them as well. So invalid. This is I guess it would be down like that. This one is the other way, so this is da. So then this is, wait, this is negative, positive, so I actually don't know what this is. This one, which is negative x, no, these two. This one is 0. The distance in the x is 0. Means that you are 0x. So negative would mean that the, like that. And then you're like that, I think. So 0 positive, 0 negative. So 0 on the x. If the y is positive, that means that the head is in front, which means that it is going the other way. The head is in the positive x direction, and you now x is in the negative. No. The next is bigger than the previous, which means that the head is in the positive direction if that is positive. Okay. So then I guess we'll just do this one, and this one. So they mean it's not rotated. So these these both being 0 mean that it is negative means the head is lower. Means that you should be down, down. And then you would be up, up. So you both need to be rotated 90 degrees. So I think that goes something like 4. And then... Now, I think they would actually probably need to be rotated a different amount each, but for now, because it like depends. Like if they've got defining shapes, then rotating clockwise versus rotating counterclockwise actually makes a difference. But it could also be that you always want to flip them. I don't know, maybe not. I feel like if it's going down, you want to go down. If it's going up, you want to go up. I think the only one that you need to flip is the corner pieces. Anyway, so negative, positive. Negative in the x. This is where the head is. The head is lower. So the head is down. And the y direction is positive. Well, no. Sorry, so the head is up. And the tail is and the other one, the head is higher. And because the y is positive, means the head is above. But the x is negative, which means that the head is to the right. It does that, and then you would obviously be the reciprocal, which is I think down. And that way. Something like that. So we have negative, negative, positive, positive. Okay, so you don't need any rotation because negative, negative is you in your correct spot. You need to flip 180 degrees, which means that one of these needs to go. So how do I turn you, which is this way? So I can flip the x. So we like shape dot flip. Is that around the x or on the y? I think it was like flip the y. That's true. Maybe. And then you'd be the other way, which is just leave that one connected, and that one would be to flip along the x-axis. Shape dot flip x. I don't actually think this is correct because if I use a different snake, it'll look like that actually cares about the rotation. Then you can't like flip everything. I don't think. Right now, only one flip can happen. Yeah, there should only be one flip happening. Next, previous are at the same location. That's interesting. Okay, so got that completely wrong. The next and previous are at the same location because that means you got 0, 0. That's how are you getting 0, 0? Okay. Can we print line? And that would be okay, let's find out where they're actually located. I'm getting so fucking tired. Saying only one flip can happen, but I think there is only one flip that can happen. Like just with the current like you either flip the x or you flip the y or you rotate 180 degrees. So it's saying that 100. Okay. Well, first off, they're 100% not the same location. 180, 96. Right. No. What do you mean? These are clearly not the same number, but it seems to think that if f is less than 0, you get negative. And then, okay, so, and then else if f is greater than 0, you get positive. Else direction 0. Okay. Excuse me, but like, print line what the fuck? That's probably what I'm doing. Yeah, actually, thank you. That is exactly what I am doing. I'm doing diff x, diff x. Okay. Thank you. Just saved me ages of trying to work the fuck that out. All right. Yeah. So there would be like, I think potentially like, it might be like this one where we're rotating 180 degrees. You don't actually do that. You flip and flip. But again, I don't remember how it works in terms of like when the snake actually has a shape, you can't just flip them. Like if the left side has to line up with the left side, it's either you can't flip them or you can only flip them. All right, so apparently I'm out a little bit. Okay, so you're correct. So you're incorrect, which is that 0, 1. So you're being rotated 90 degrees when x is okay. I'm not following that one, but okay. Why are you like that? All right. So the head. So that would have been positive x. So that would have been 0y. 0y, 0y, positive x. Right, yeah, okay, so these need to rotate the other way. Right, that does make a lot more sense. So that means that that one's almost certainly correct. No, that one was correct, because that was positive, no, negative. Yeah, so that means you need to go that way. And then run that one. I'm gonna stop doing that in the console. Okay. So it's still wrong. Because it's supposed to be 90 degrees. No. It's supposed to be 180 degrees. That's what's wrong. They're supposed to be my 0 and 180. This one and this one. So you're pi. And then you'd be 0. Oh, I should leave that there and just comment it out. So then you'd be 0. Okay. Which means that these two would be my 90 and 180. Right? When the y, oh right, yeah, okay, that does make sense. So when the x is negative, it's going that way. Otherwise, it's going that way. When the x is 0 and the y is negative means that the x is bigger, means that you go that way, and then you go that way. So I think you go here and you go here, because I'm thinking like the fact that like in terms of the only one that we care about being different is the bent one, and the bent one's the only one that like can be different. Like, okay, so the head's the right way now. It's just that the bends are like 180 degrees out. So did I get this wrong? Hmm. No. Okay. So you minus you. You're positive, positive. That would make this, your result would be negative, negative. Right, so you're just the one that's wrong. You just need to rotate 180 degrees, which implies that one of the other ones, when it bends back the other way, is wrong. But anyway, means that you're the one that's wrong, and that you're the one that wouldn't. Maybe. No, you're the okay. I don't understand that one. So you minus you minus you, you're positive, positive. Huh. I think it does care which way it comes in then. Because if it's these two positive, you're correct. Or if it's these two positive. You actually do care. Right. Hmm. That's annoying. Hmm. So what I'm thinking is we could do the directions, which is below, I guess, up, down, left, right, and then you would take in it's just too much my brain right now. Effectively, what we need to do is know. So you would take in point which is vector 2, vector 3, and other, which is vector 3, and then we say something like if other dot x is greater than point dot x, then your direction is to the right. It is to the right. And then else if point dot x is less than other dot x, then your direction is to the left. Else if point dot y is greater than other dot y, then other is direction down, else direction up. Right. And then it goes something like Sure, from F32. So then we would pass in next current and previous. Oh no, it'd be current, next, and current, previous. Right. And then 16 missing fucking arms. So first off, any duplicates, I gotta put them at the bottom because they shouldn't exist. So right implies that both your segments are to your right. Up implies both of your segments are up. Weirdness, so we've got that, so we need like left, and down. So they all should like OR into each other, and they all just do nothing, because effectively, if you manage to end up in this situation, just don't set anything. All right, so if next is up and previous is down, next is up and previous is down, then I guess you want to rotate 90 degrees. So it's like shape.rot equals quaternion from rotation z, just pi times 0.5, I want to say, because it's like, I think that's wrong. It's going to be 1.5. Like, it's got to be that the next segment is above you. Okay. There's a lot of weird dumb shit. Or, or all of these, and we're just going to say, like, can you rotate them by do exactly the same thing, but ironically, I want you to rotate them by something stupid like pi times 0.33, because that should mean that it doesn't line up with anything, and I can go like, hey, did I get this one right? Yeah. Okay. So none of these got apparently, except apparently the tail. But even that is wrong. These ones aren't misrotated, which means that that's probably the wrong piece. That's interesting though, because that implies that that's the piece that's going. So it's saying up, and up and down has to be a straight piece. So why are all the straight pieces getting missed? The head's getting missed. My default's up. These are obviously the only two that aren't getting rotated. Right. Well, I guess I need to rotate these ones like negative pi, so that again, like, I know which ones are fucking getting hit. Mostly just because it doesn't make sense. Like, something is not rotating. Oh, well, we just hit a bunch of straight ones there. Okay. Okay, so the tail is rotated the other way, which means the tail is somehow getting to down. Must be up that the tail can hit. I don't actually know how the tail is hitting up. Okay. Well, okay. We'll restart that. Hopefully we get a better snake. Okay. So none of these segments are the segment that we're currently setting. Okay, which is good, I guess. apparently none of these segments are the segment that we're setting either. Pretty annoying that I can't seem to find the segment that I fucking want. My curiosity is maybe it's a segment that goes the other way. Well, actually, something's rotating something twice. Maybe. Not sure, actually. Well, apparently the snake's pointing down this time. Wait, how is the snake even pointing down? What? Apparently. I'm not hitting anything? Or I'm hitting everything? What the, like, it's like... I'm confused about how I'm, I mean, the trick would be to actually write a proper test case, like test fn test direction. So I need to say we need to assert equal. I guess you need equal thing. Yeah, and fucking. This is the sign that I need to go to sleep. Assert equal. We need to say a direction. Okay. So left. Wait a second. Yeah, so we're going to pass current in first. So this should be to your left, which is to say direction from the point is going to be vec 3 x vec 3 0. That should pass. Apparently it doesn't even debug. Fuck you. Because if that doesn't return left, that implies that the test failed. So if the point, which is self, what did it return? It said up. Okay. How did it get up? X. Wait a second. I think these are inverses of each other. So it's if point dot x, right, point is self. If your x if the x of current is greater than, so x of 1, then this would be left. This would then be right. Then if your x is less than the other x, then it's to your right. And then if your y is greater than its y, then it's below you. Otherwise, it's up. So now when we run this test, now it passes. Right, which means that I should actually be able to reason about this again, which is to say, if it is, if the next cell is above you, and the previous cell is below you, then you have to be one of the straight pieces and you have to be rotated like 90 degrees. So like this has to be the correct rotation. Right, so up, because the next one is above you and the previous one is below you. this is up, and then left, which means the other one is to your left. Maybe I should be doing like this. So it's up, down, and then this would be up, left, which actually makes you need to be this piece. And then this one would be up and right. And then this one is down, up. This one is down, left. This one is down, right. This one is left, up. This one is left, down. Left, down. This one is left, right. Okay. Yep, that does actually check out. I was gonna, that doesn't make any sense, but it does because it's saying it connects both sides. This would be then right and up. And up. Right? God, I am getting too tired. So then you are right and down. And then you are right and left. Right. So right and left. It's to your right, which so we're going to work off the head. So if you're the head, you point to the right, which means if the head is to the right, you don't have any rotation. Right. So that should be correct. This should also be the same, except this one points to the left, which means that this one actually needs to be 180 degrees. Either backwards. So this one is 180 degrees because the head's to the left. Right. Then so you're up down, which again is a 90-degree rotation, but being the head up means we need to be 90 degrees. I think it's actually 0.5 because for some reason it rotates counterclockwise. So that would be counterclockwise. And then we want to say down, up. This one is the other way. So down, down, up, 90 degrees. Right. So you are 180 degrees. If I remember correctly, because it goes from the bottom to the right, and now I want it to be the top and right. So if I flip 180 degrees, you'd be correct. Some of these are going to need flipping, but I think I can do it all with rotation. It's just that the patterns won't line up. But anyway, I've had enough for now. So we 100% need this. So this is up and to the right. So this, if that's correct as being a 90-degree rotation counterclockwise, then that would be a 90-degree rotation counterclockwise. Is there another one that? Yep. So then this one's also a 90-degree counterclockwise. Right and to the up. So then you are down to the right. So you are no rotation at all, because down to the right is correct. You're also no rotation, because again, down to the right is correct for you. You are up and to the left, so you're 180 degree rotation. Parallel. Is that right? Is that there? Put that there, and then apply. So you're 180 degrees, because then you point those two ways. Any of them not doing something? All right. So you also point those two ways. No, you point down. No, you're not 180 degrees. You're 180 degrees. You're 180 degrees. You're not. You're 90 degrees clockwise. Right? Yeah. So you need to go 90 degrees clockwise, and then you also need to be 90 degrees clockwise. Because again, you're the same shape as that one. So this one is apparently nothing. Yeah, we're just going to collapse that. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say that these are also like, they all just do nothing. Because again, you shouldn't be able to get here. The only thing that you should be able to get here is up, up, and I think that's, the head would end up as up, up somehow. But anyway, they don't do anything. So this is no rotation. Left, and then direction left, down. I think I've got all of them. Maybe. Doesn't quite feel right in my head, but I'm also like so fucking tired. All right. I guess we see what happens. All right. So, it appears that almost all of it is right. It's only the straight up and straight down that's incorrect. So the head is rotated 180. It's rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise. I don't actually know what you are. Why are you pointing up? My assumption is that that's getting up, up. No, that would be no rotation. Next again. So this gives no rotation. So it's definitely not hitting here that's causing it to break. They're pointing up when they're supposed to be pointing across, which means something is rotating them 90 degrees. It has to be one of these ones. Down, left. They're the only ones that rotate 90 degrees. Up, down. Like you rotate 90 degrees. These two rotate 90 degrees. They rotate 180 degrees. But it's definitely hitting those correctly. Why is the head pointing up? The head is rotating 0.5. Why is the head rotating 0.5? The head current would be equal, which would mean we would hit up, I believe, because you're not less than, you're not less than, you're not greater than, which means we hit up. So if get the head, we get up. Right. If we pass in the head, we get up. I guess we could just add another variant that is EQ. And then we just say else if point dot y is less than other dot y, else direction EQ. So then we can effectively say all the EQs. Because if we pass in the head is always going to have a direction EQ. So underscore. And then we want to do something like grab you and rotate you, like, and go like, what the hell is hitting EQ? Because I think the only thing that should be hitting EQ is the head and the tail. Not 0.5, 3.3, because then it doesn't matter. What is your problem? Non-exhaustive pattern. What do you mean? I have EQ everything else. How does that not cover every pattern? What pattern is missing? What? What do you mean it's unreachable? Like, it doesn't cover every pattern. This is every other pattern. Oh, right. Sorry. So okay, and so that would be the tail. The tail would be the only other one. So it would be underscore direction EQ. So we can say with the definitively head tail. I'm just gonna make this negative because right, I missed the entire set the other way. Run. So the head should be tilted 30 degrees and the tail should be tilted counter 30 degrees. Right. So the head and the tail are the only ones that are getting tilted funny. But for some reason, all of the straight sections are backwards. No, they're not. All of the straight sections are getting rotated. That doesn't make any sense. Up, down. All right, so where's my test? We're going to go like, hey, so this is left, which, negative x. So this should be right. Yeah, no, I'm specifically doing 033 so that I can tell which ones are being rotated by that code. If you, it's pi. So 0 would be no rotation. Pi would be 180 degrees. Half pi would be 90 degrees, and 1.5 pi would be negative 90 degrees. But the issue with that is I wouldn't know if it was getting it right or not. So what I'm trying to decipher, I guess, is the so it's passing those tests. Like I need to have it set to something that's really obviously wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't know which one like it's hitting. That makes sense. Like I know that these are definitely hitting the right two because they're really obviously rotated wrong. And I can fix that later because I know what's going on. For some reason, I'm not sure why. For some reason, passing in next and point previous. So the next is up and the previous was down. Something is rotating these 90 degrees. They're rotating 180 degrees. So that's up, down, and down, up, which they should be rotating. The thing is the one that's supposed to be rotating is also rotating. It's this one and this one are never getting hit. Like, it should hit them. So I guess that's what we're going to do. We're going to see if it hits them. Because, like, My wondering is maybe if you don't return a shape, it's no, so it's literally never able to hit them. So what the hell are they returning? They're getting rotated by something, which means that they effectively have to be hitting this up down. But how are they hitting up down? Oh. Are they all hitting the same? I mean, they have to because they're all going in the same direction. All right, so none of them are hitting that one at all. Well, presumably the ups would be hitting that one. Weird, but yeah, so 2 pi would be full circle. 0 pi, so no, 0.5 pi would be up and down. 2 pi would be 180 degrees. So half pi is 90 degrees. 0 is just 0, so 0 pi would just be 0 degrees. It's two pi radians in a circle. So it uses radians. My brain is not working. So so it's not hitting this one. So apparently it must be hitting this one, which is weird because why would they all be hitting down up? No, see, none of them hitting that either. None of them hitting this. None of them hitting this. They have to be hitting something that's rotating them 90 degrees, which means they're either hitting up right, down left, okay, so 33, 33. Let's put these back to what they were, which is that it's not hitting, it has to be hitting one of these. Wait, left, right. Oh, well, that one. That would help, wouldn't it? Hitting this one. You're not supposed to be rotating anything. Okay, well that should fix it, because I was effectively saying left, right gets rotated 90 degrees. There we go. Okay, so that's correct. Neither of these are getting hit, which is left down. Wait, what? You're left down. Did I like shuffle some of them around at some point? Because that's definitely the right rotation, and then your right left, which again doesn't. You don't get any rotation. All right, so we want to say EQ, and then I guess direction. If the next one is to your right, you want 0 rotation. So if you to your right, to your left, you want 180 degree rotation. If it's down, you want a 90 degree rotation. And then if it's up, you want a that. Next would be to generate just random stuff. Right, so that's backwards, apparently. So if the next one is to your right, okay, well that does actually make sense. If the next one's to your right, it's not. If the next one's to your left, if the next one's to your right, then you want to be facing, because right, what? No. If the next one's to your left, if the next one's to your right, you want to be turning around anyway. Around. If the next one is down, the next one's below you, you want to be turning so you're pointing up. If the next one's above you, you want to be pointing facing down. I think that should work. The tail annoyingly needs exactly the same logic. Just like, repeated. So like it's exactly the same logic is what's making it so annoying. Can I somehow like cheat and be like, if I paste this under tail? No, not really. Well, I could probably put all under one line, but yeah. Makes much more sense to do this. Cut that, paste it there, backspace, come back, copy this. Paste. Because from what I remember, it might be reversed though, because the tail points. So if the segment in front is to the left, the next segment is to your left. You don't want to rotate, which I think is actually wrong. I think you want to be right, left, up, and down. I mean, it'll be obvious that the tail's wrong, and because of the EQ ability, the tails become really fucking obvious. What did I miss? Left, right, down, up. Oh, there's no EQ. Yeah, sorry. Direction, EQ, direction, EQ. Let's try that. Hey, it's a snake. All right. Again. Hey, it's another snake. All right. So what I want to do maybe is go back to main. Say, give the snake the ability to turn in every direction. The snake can go in any direction. We're going to make each snake only, let's say 4 segments long, because I feel like I don't want the snake to double over itself. Maybe. Then we're going to say like 4. Let's just say x in 0 ... I don't know, maybe 5, and then 4 y in 0 ... 5. Could do like -5 to 5, and -5, 5, -5, 5. So we have the snake. So what I'm thinking is we go down here. We go whatever the hell I just did. Right. So we say let the snake equal commands.spawn skin.clone. Right, so we give them all the same skin. Not borrow. Right, so that's what I'm going to do. Go to that. We get the snake, and then we're going to spawn. Honestly, the first segment can just not do that. And then I want this to be like a new, and then we want x as f32 times, I don't know, like 64. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but as f32 times 64 So we're setting the, wait, no, they're multiplying this by 32. So it would actually just be x, y times by, how wide are we making the snakes? Like each snake is 3 segments long. So that should make it impossible for any 2 snakes to collide. I think that should work. So the snake's are only 3 segments long, so it is technically possible that they could double back on themselves, and that would result in funky stuff. But this should spawn like an array of 25 snakes. Okay. Well. Okay. Well. Right, so next would be, I guess, to maybe shuffle it so that it can't pull the same direction twice. Maybe. He's going to set the same issue. So maybe don't spawn quite as many. So let's go down to like 3. And maybe up this to 5. Just to keep them a little bit further apart. So that I know there's less snakes overlapping. God, I'm suffocating. Right. That one doesn't have a head, apparently. None of them seem to have a fucking head. I don't know. All the heads are at 0, 0, I think is probably the problem. Which is probably fucking up the algorithm that's determining where their head is, to be honest. Yeah, that would fucking do it, wouldn't it? So why is their heads all in random locations? So offset, and then we spawn snake. Oh, because we should probably spawn the snake with the transform of offset, so that their heads aren't all in the fucking same place. But extend 0. Right. So now their heads won't all be in the center of the screen, which will mean that they won't all like scuff right at the end, because effectively, like, depending on where they were around the circle, depends on where the first segment points. All right. So kind of worked. But again, not really. Okay. So offset times 32. That should fix the heads then. They really don't like doubling back on themselves. So I'm assuming it's mostly the negatives that are doing it. So like I'm sure if I came in to the main and said like you can't go positive, because that was the 2 that I was testing while I set everything up, which makes me think there's a whole handful of them that are going the wrong way. No? Okay. Maybe it's only when it's doubling back. Okay, so they all seem to work, which is, again, like, effectively only if you're going in a certain direction. What if I said you can go negative x, positive y? Because that could fuck something up, because that would allow you to end up zigging and zagging in a different direction, because it's like maybe if they're both positive or both negative, it doesn't break. No? Okay. I mean, I guess the next thing to do, which I'm definitely not doing tonight, would be to add the movement. So I just want to flip that and say there's only like one more combination of moves, which is basically saying that anytime it's broken, it's because it's doubling back on itself. Oh, look, you're broken. Which one are you? your this segment, that segment, which is your negative. What's it's left down. So left down is broken. Left down is broken. So snakeskin left down. Oh, you. What? Yeah, of course you're broken. You're only supposed to be rotating like negative like that because you're not a full flip. You're just. I guess the only other thing we'd do would be to try a different snake as well. Hang on. So red snake. Well, those snakes will work now too. Okay. I do really want to set up one of these snakes that matters about like orientation. You care? Yeah, you care. Okay. So I'll write that down somewhere. We're gonna say 224, 225, 226, or 225, 226, 239, 225, 226, 239. Okay, so he's gonna set up another type of snake, which I mean is not even like hard. we can just swap that snake out wholesale and go for a different test snake because all we have to do is change these numbers and be like, so this is the head. So the head was 226. This is the tail, which is 239. The straight is 225, and that makes you 224. Thank you. And then we can run this and just have a quick squiz at a snake that effectively, like, this is the reason you would need flips, is because snakes like this may not necessarily rotate together. Yeah, so see how this segment's pointing like the wrong way? It should be going that way. So you need to flip and rotate. But that is a problem for another night. Because I'm going to lose my fucking voice if I keep doing this. Okay. My assumption is that you can probably get away with no rotations and just flips. Possibly. See, the head has to rotate, obviously. Yeah, alright, anyway. Thank you for tuning in. I will see you in the next time I stream. I am too tired to do anything more. I'll publish this eventually on Git. I'm not gonna do it tonight because I'm knackered. I'm going straight to bed.